Hello, everyone. Hopefully everyone can hear me. And today I'm hoping that we have actually solved the majority of the audio issues, because I think I figured out what it was. I think what was happening was that the two stereo audio inputs via XSplit were slightly desyncing. So I've turned that just to mono. So in theory, the audio feed should just be a nice single audio feed and we shouldn't have any trouble. But we shall obviously see. Yeah, it is a little bit dark in here because I'm in this weird dichotomy, because this is with the two subsidiary lights and a ring light on. But if I go computer amidships on, stupid thing doesn't respond. Computer amidships on. Okay. See, now there's plenty of light, but I don't know, that it seems a little bit washed out for me at the moment. At least that's my perspective on things. Your mileage may vary. And it kind of backlights me a bit. So anyway, computer amidships off. Computer amidships off. Okay. So yeah, I think we'll stick with this setup for the minute, and I'm going to look into some better displaced lighting than this blasted ring light, which is already irritating me. Just sitting there in its glowing nature. Right. So today, as the title says, we're taking the alternate history questions from Patreon Drydocks 321 and 325, then moving on to super chat questions, and then questions from regular chat. Yeah, so basically, if you post a general chat question now, it probably will not be seen. But if you post it later on when I say it's time, then it probably will be, basically. So moving on, because it's at just after 8 o'clock here in the UK, and I do have places to be tomorrow. So yeah, midnight is the absolute cutoff, but who knows, I might even get a bit more sleep than that. Thank you very much, Sapper Ninja. And here we go. So the first question is from Todd Webb. He says, if the Dutch had decided they rather liked the Deutschland class several years before they decided they really liked the Scharnhorst class in the historical timeline, is it feasible they could have gotten some of these made before the war with the earlier start and had those as their 1047 project instead? And if they did have a squadron of Deutschland-type derivatives, would the Royal Navy have tried to beg, borrow or steal them for the Mediterranean, or would they have been out east in the Dutch East Indies for ABDA command? Okay, so firstly, could that have been done? Yes, it could have been done, because remember, the Deutschlands are actually Weimar Republic Reichsmarine ships originally. They only become Kriegsmarine ships when, obviously, the Nazis take over, but the Deutschlands are actually already around at that point. So if the hypothetical, let's say 3 Dutch Deutschlands, which I guess for the sake of argument we might as well call the the Netherlands class or something. If they're laid down in the early to early mid 1930s, they're easily going to be ready before the start of World War II. You know, they're probably going to be commissioning in 37, 38, something like that. Now, assuming that there aren't any shenanigans in between, and the Germans try and take them over or anything, assuming the Dutch actually get them, I have a feeling the Dutch would make a few design changes to them. Particularly, I think they would change the power plant, because the single biggest problem that I think the Dutch would have is that, yes, this diesel power plant gives you infinitely long range, but the Dutch aren't trying to make commerce raiders. They're trying to make ships to defend the Dutch East Indies, and that is where they would be, because the Dutch send all their best ships to the Dutch East Indies in the 1930s. That's a good reminder to me to put my phone on silent. Right. Now, Well, yes. So I think the Dutch will probably swap out the diesel engines for a more conventional steam turbine drive. And if they do that, that's going to save some weight, but it's also going to allow them to push the speed of the ships up. You're probably not going to get 33 knots out of it, but I think you could probably crack 30 easily. So you've got something that is a heavy cruiser that can actually do heavy cruiser speeds. And given their nature at that point, I can see possibly the Dutch also maybe asking to use a little bit of the saved weight to beef up the armour protection a little. So you'd have slightly better protected, slightly faster, but significantly shorter range variants. And therefore, yeah, they're going to end up in ABDA command. Now, this actually poses a rather interesting conundrum for the Japanese, because at least on paper, those alternate ships are, okay, they can't outrun the Japanese cruisers, but they can certainly outfight them. You know, it's 11-inch shells against the Japanese heavy cruisers. At long range, that's a fight that, assuming both sides have half-decent gunnery, can only really end one way, especially if they've up-armoured them to be able to withstand 8-inch gunfire at those longer ranges. And especially if they're, you know, working together as in a unit of 3. And that means that the Japanese have one of two choices. They can either hope that the long lance spray and pray works, but if not, things are going to go really badly for them, or they have to commit something bigger. And at that point, the only things they really are probably going to feel comfortable committing would be Congos. And if they start committing Congos, then Congos can't be used elsewhere. If they do that generally, I mean, yes, okay, if they send, let's say, 2 Congos to back up everything that they're doing, then great. But at the same time, you're going to end up with a situation where if they commit that kind of level of capital force, then ABDA command is going to attract more investment in force from the other navies that make it up, simply to try and counter them. And I mean, it also plays into Force Z, because Force Z historically is obviously it's a Royal Navy deployment, but realistically, when they're looking at it at the very beginning of the conflict, there isn't a huge amount else that they can really feel they wait to deploy with or invite to deploy with them, because honestly, most of the stuff that's around is pretty small, and generally either rated as not worth the time, or they don't know where it is with things like the USS Asiatic Squadron. Whereas if the British are looking at Force Z and they know in advance that you have these 3 11-inch armed, I guess you could call them ultra-heavy cruisers, sitting in the Dutch East Indies, you can guarantee the British are going to be talking with the Dutch government in exile even before Prince of Wales and Repulse set sail to go, hang on a minute, this would make a really good team-up opportunity. And the question is, of course, then how many, if any, of them survive the opening months of the Pacific War? Alternate historian Turtle Duck. If after World War II the Japanese Navy were more involved... Sorry, if after World War I the Japanese Navy were more involved in the battle for the Atlantic, and I'm going to guess that the question meant if during rather than after. So if during World War I the Japanese Navy was more involved in the Battle of the Atlantic and saw firsthand how effective submarines are in crippling the war effort of naval powers, and developed a doctrine to target any and all Allied flagged vessels, military or civilian, barring the Soviet flagged ones in the Western Pacific, the American coastline, so they're targeting all military and civilian vessels in the Western Pacific on the American coastline, and later in 1942, after the fall of Singapore, the Indian Ocean. How much more damage would be done to the Allied merchant fleets. I suppose you could read that at the beginning as maybe they're getting more feedback from the Germans from the early Battle of the Atlantic as well. So anyway, if the Japanese go for a more sink everything that moves rather than let's specifically target warships strategy, I don't think it's going to help them hugely much in the Western Pacific, because the problem with the Western Pacific is it's very, very large, and there are relatively few Allied supply convoys and merchant ships moving through the area. Now, there are, of course, ships going to and from Australia, but even then, with the vast expanses of the Pacific and finding them is going to be rather the more difficult thing, unless you have your subs sitting off Australian ports, which of course then runs the risk of being countered by Allied anti-submarine warfare units. So you'd have to strike a balance of how close do you want to get versus how likely do you want a coast patrol aircraft to come after you. On the US West Coast, however, that's a slightly different matter, because we know from historical records that the Japanese subs were capable of reaching there, and they do even better if they were staged from some Japanese frontline port straight there instead of hanging off Pearl Harbor for a bit and then going. And yeah, there is a fair bit of shipping up and down the US West Coast. If they decide to go after that, it could delay US efforts, especially if they're also targeting ships that are perhaps fitting out, refitting, etc., coming in and out of Puget Sound, San Diego, etc. Now, it's not that the US can't counter that. They can obviously deploy their destroyers differently. They can deploy patrol aircraft. They can they can build escorts a little bit sooner than they historically did, but it will delay them while they're sorting out those issues, because they will have to try and form up convoys with relatively limited numbers of destroyers at the start. Obviously, any sunk supply ship is difficult to replace, especially if they go after tankers on the coastal tanker trade, or worse still, tankers taking fuel from the continental United States to Pearl Harbor. So they could do a fair bit of damage there. And in the Indian Ocean, yeah, it would be a similar but more limited story, because, again, the Indian Ocean is quite large. It's nowhere near as large as the Pacific, but there's relatively few convoys that need to sail at any one time. It's not like the Atlantic, where you're going to have, half a dozen or more major convoys at sea at any one time. So although there is a very limited number of escorts available, the Allies could package them up a little bit more tightly, and they've got more routes, because this is the other thing. If Japanese subs are, say, stalking the Australia to Aden route, so heading for the Mediterranean early in the war, to supply the Mediterranean fleet, for example, well, you have the opportunity of instead going around the coast of South Africa. If they stalk that route, then you've got an opportunity to go up to India and then across. You could also go, once the Allies have occupied Madagascar, you could go across to Madagascar, then to the east coast of Africa, and then sail up and down that coast. So there's various routing options that the Allies could use, but it would still be a major inconvenience, and there would still be a lot of shipping losses, especially early on. I mean, you look at the, Gruppe Eisbar, the Monsoon Gruppe, and the limited Japanese sub-operations in the Indian Ocean. They did have quite a notable effect. But yes, overall, I mean, the Japanese have good subs, they have good torpedoes for the most part, and if they had developed a policy of let's try and sink everything, particularly in the Indian Ocean and the US West Coast, it could have had a significant delaying effect to the Allied war effort. The Almighty Hypnotoad asks, I've seen people ask for modern artillery, but if the carronade near Cabot Tower, top Signal Hill in St. John's, Newfoundland, was fired, where would that shot land? Okay, well, let's go and find that carronade, because carronades are a fairly short-range weapon, so unless it's pointing deliberately inland, I have a suspicion the answer is just going to be in the sea. Right, so there's Cabot Tower. I know you can't see this, so I'm just looking this up on Google Maps. Yes. I don't need a full panoramic. I do need to find out where this carronade is, though. Oh, there it is. Okay, so it's on... Google is absolutely insistent I must look at its 3D panoramic. It's like, no, I do not want your 3D panoramic. I just want to see a picture of the carronade. Is that too much to ask? Apparently, yes. Right. Do. Right. Let's. I think we've secured our target. Okay, carronade. Pointing out. Oh, it's actually... Okay, so there's a field gun and an old cannon. And the old cannon... Spin around. Okay, that's interesting. In one picture from one year, there is an old cannon, and in another picture from another... Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, so that's actually a cannon, not a carronade. I wonder what weight it is. Looks like maybe a... Looks like a 12 or an 18 pounder. But in any case, now I know where it's pointing. Noonday gun marker, and... It's elevated pretty high. I mean, and I don't mean just elevation. I also mean, like, it is actually, you know, the elevation on the gun carriage is pretty high. So that's probably going to give it a range of about 2 to 2.5 miles, which means... Oh. On an average basis... in a rather pleasing development, it's actually going to smash into the building of the government of Newfoundland and Labrador, just on the western side of Prince Philip's Drive. So, yeah, it's a cannon with anti-political views, which I greatly support. Right. Marlin Stout asks, suppose the Imperial Japanese Navy, in its planning for Leyte Gulf, decides not to split its surface forces into 3 groups, instead concentrating Kurita, Shima, and Nishimura's forces into one force and sending it against the Americans. Ozawa's carriers still get to be assigned to their decoy role, but the ships that would make up the centre and southern forces are instead formed as a single strike force. Which route would have been best for this combined force to use, the San Bernardino Strait or Surigao Strait? And what would have been the likely result of the Japanese sending a single large concentrated force as splitting their ships into smaller, more easily beaten units? That's actually quite an interesting one. The single biggest problem with the concept as a whole is that you're taking on Fuso and Yamashiro, which means you're immediately dropping the overall maximum speed of your force to their maximum speed, which isn't great news. However, for most of the journey, you are operating at cruising speed, so it's not going to make too much odds there. So where it would make a negative difference, I suppose, would be if they all went through the San Bernardino Strait, because then once the Japanese forces go to full speed to go after, well, what turns out to be Taffy 3, they think it's a fast carrier group, you're just going to end up leaving behind Fuso and Yamashiro, which, to be fair, is the bulk of the center, the bulk of the southern forces. I mean, yeah, you get a few more cruisers and destroyers in the mix, but that's really not going to change the outcome of the Battle of Samar all that much, except you've now got a pair of trailing battleships who'll then also be trailing when Kurita turns around and will be, potentially victims of vengeance. So I don't think it's going to change all that much there. Surigao, therefore, would be my best bet in that instance because, with the best one in the world, much as it was something of a, shooting gallery, you did have the 2 oldest battleships in the Japanese Navy with not a huge escort. And even then, Fuso got reasonably close. Whereas if you took everybody that's not Ozawa and piled them through Surigao, and presumably nobody noticed this coming, then even assuming the Battle of Sibian Sea goes as it historically does, you've still got quite a few heavy cruisers, lots and lots of destroyers, plus Kongo, Haruna, Fuso, Yamashiro, Nagato, and Yamato all piling through. So that actually now means that the old battleships of 7th Fleet are actually, at least hull-wise, matched one-on-one. Now, of course, the Congos are nowhere near as durable. Fuso and Yamashiro are older and, firepower-wise, not really, once you take into account radar and so forth, not really quite with it compared to the others. But then, Nagato's not going to be a pushover, and Yamato, this is the fight that Yamato is born for, minus possibly the darkness. And they've got enough small forces to basically bludgeon their way through Surigao Strait. They will take horrible losses, but hey, that's what escorts are for. At which point you could end up with a very close range slugging match between the two sets of capital ships. Now, of course, we see what happens with Kirishima against USS Washington when a Japanese Kongo class gets caught at close range by an American ship with good gunnery. So, West Virginia might be chalking a Kongo or two up onto her turret side plates. But essentially, the nightmare scenario for the Americans at this point is that Nagato, Yamato, and maybe some of the more heavily torpedo-armed cruisers and destroyers just get close enough to start blazing away and largely negate the advantages of radar. Now, can they break through? Maybe if some of the destroyers go absolutely, pedal to the metal and rush through the melee, maybe some of them get through. I don't think even that force would necessarily completely break 7th Fleet, but it would be a very, very hard-fought contest, and that you'd probably have to have the Taffys finish off Japanese survivors in the aftermath in the morning, and there would be a lot of casualties on the US side. Ralph, I have no idea what I'm doing, Seymour, asks, a mysterious time traveler with an uncanny resemblance to the naval history YouTuber Drakinifel has for reasons lost to time been appointed in lieu of Grand Admiral Raeder in 1939. Knowing the inevitable outcome of the upcoming war, how might you divert as much men, material, and industrial capacity to accomplish as little as possible? Sabotage the Kriegsmarine. That could be fun. Okay, how would I sabotage the Kriegsmarine? I would divert resources into completing as many carriers as possible, starting with Graf Zeppelin, because honestly, as they found with Graf Zeppelin, my shipyards don't actually know how to do that. Meanwhile, I would enter into a massive turf war with Goering and basically start fighting with him about who actually controls naval aviation and saying, no, I want to control naval aviation. They're on Kriegsmarine ships. The pilots and the aircraft should belong to the Kriegsmarine, because I can guarantee you at that point, Goering will start dragging his feet, complaining and sabotaging everything. So I'll never get the aircraft I actually want or need for my carriers. So I'll be spending loads of money building carriers that have no aircraft on them. Also, I would go up to the Type 18 U-boat development team and go, yes, I understand we have some minor problems with, scalding hot steam explosions and horrible death when it comes to our Wolfer boats. However, I'm afraid we are at war. We need these things as fast as humanly possible. We are going to downscale the production of Type 7s and Type 9s. Yes, we're going to continue some development in the background because we don't want to look too suspicious, but we're really going to ramp up production of the Walther hydrogen peroxide powered U-boats, because, well, a good chunk of them are just going to explode randomly at that point, without the Allies actually having to do anything, which would be highly, highly amusing. Then, the Germans kind of sabotage their own destroyer development well enough without me interfering. I think that's mostly what I would do. And Joseph Karchichak in the chat asking, how would you do that without getting suicided? Well, you see, the thing is, those three things, the carrier concentration, fighting with Goering over aircraft, and U-boat development, I can actually sell each and every one of those as being positive for the Kriegsmarine. You know, I can say, look, it makes sense for the Kriegsmarine to have its own air arm. The Japanese Navy, our allies, they have their own air arm. The British, they fought cats and dogs, but they've given the fleet air arm back to the Royal Navy. The US Navy never let anybody have their aircraft. They've always had their own air arm. Therefore, clearly, a large navy that has carriers has to have its own air arm. And then I get in a massive bun fight with Goering. And, you know, again, you know, the carrier, yes, the battleship is the mark of a successful navy, but we have battleships under construction. But we also have carriers under construction, and we're not going to be able to finish an H-39 anytime soon, to be perfectly honest. But we do have these carriers partway through construction. Carriers, again, are the hallmark of a navy that is very powerful. We want to be a navy that is very powerful, therefore we need carriers. I'd probably also try and sell it on something along the lines of, well, if we're going to sail our ships out beyond the coverage of land-based aircraft, well, if these carriers are primarily fighter-based, then we are providing our own air cover for the battleships, thus preserving them. You see, this is all very, very reasonable. Admiral King's preferred shaving implement asks, I'm hoping to better understand the qualitative differences between the United States and Japanese anti-aircraft guns in World War II. Oh, that would be a fun endeavour. I imagine swapping Yamato with Missouri on her death run probably wouldn't have achieved much. Maybe she gets a bit closer to Okinawa. But might the Center Force have better weathered the attacks in Subian Sea if equipped with late war US anti-aircraft guns? Well, if you swap Yamato with Missouri, I think the main thing that would actually help on her death ride, I mean, yes, having more and better AA will help shoot down a few aircraft. But the thing is, once you get caught by that many aircraft, as you said, you know, you're probably just going to get lots and lots of hits anyway. It just means the attackers take slightly more losses. But the main thing is, if you swapped Yamato with Missouri, I think the main thing would be, well, you've got a 5-knot speed advantage. So rather than the slightly sort of dodgy, wavy runabout that Yamato does and then gets caught, the Japanese might be tempted to just point the not Yamato straight at Okinawa and go pedal to the metal and try and just run in as fast as humanly possible. But yeah, if Center Force, so Yamato at that point at Subian Sea, you've got both Yamatos, Yamato Musashi, multiple heavy cruisers, and Nagato, Harana, and Kongo. If they're all equipped with late war US Navy anti-aircraft, then yeah, I would say at that point it's possible that Musashi actually survives. I mean, anti-aircraft guns aren't going to help you against the US subs, but Musashi almost certainly would make it, I think. I mean, yes, she got very, very mobbed, much like Yamato would be later on, but ultimately, when you look at the number of Japanese ships that are present at Subian Sea, if you replace all the heavy AA with 5-inch 38s and replace all those blasted 25 mils with a mixture of Oerlikons and Bofors plus radar guidance, they could make life very, very difficult for the incoming air attacks. Mike Lima 777 asks, it's 1929 and you are granted the following abilities. Restore the health of up to 3 admirals and ensure they will not die of health issues until at least 1950. You can summon 5 HMS Drydock type battleships for one specific navy to appear in 1938 with 1942 level radar and fire control. You can optionally replace one of the battleships from Malta class with 80 honestly not whirlwinds with Merlin engines aboard. And you can provide enough money to distract the Treasury or Congress and persuade them to give their respective militaries 50% more procurement and training funds. And you can rewrite First and Second London naval treaties to ensure the delegates sign the treaties oblivious to your alterations. How would you use these abilities and how would they affect the war? Um, hmm. So, I think the only major changes I would make to First London would be to allow a small number of cruiser submarines. Maybe on the same ratio as, I mean, yes, I know Surcouf got grandfathered in and everything, but I would say maybe on either on a similar ratio to the actual capital ship numbers, maybe doubled. So if you've got 553, it becomes 10, 10, 6. And you say, right, you're allowed 10 big cruiser subs for the US, 10 for the UK, and 6 for Japan, and, well, what's 1.75? So that three and a half. I don't know how you do half, but there you go. 3.5 for France and Italy, because that might spur the British to refit X1 and maybe do some follow-ons. And that's, to be honest, the main reason I'm doing that edit. The other thing is I would not restrict the tonnage of destroyers quite so much. So I would maybe make, instead of the historical destroyers tonnage splits, I would maybe do, say, 1,800 tons is the limit for normal destroyers, and 2,000 tons is the flotilla leader limit, where you have a limited number of them, and everything else is 1,800. Mostly because that lets me build sort of J class, tribal class, K class in fairly large numbers earlier. Although I dread to think what a Sims on 1,800 tons would be. You know, the US might try and fit 6 or 7 single 5-inch on it, but that'd be quite amusing to see. The Second London Treaty, the three main things I would probably do with with First and Second London: don't drop the carrier tonnage limitations, keep it at 27,000, and for what was the other thing I was going to say? For capital ships, okay, fine, we're keeping the 35,000 ton limit. We're not going to downgrade from 16-inch down to 14-inch. And what was it? Oh, and in Second London, we're not downgrading light cruisers to 8,000 tons. We're keeping if we're going to keep it limited at all, we're going to keep it at 10,000. You can have a 10,000 ton 6-inch or a 10,000 ton 8-inch, and that's about it. Maybe in Second London, I'd say to them, okay, well, look, rather than, if we really, really want to split in capabilities between 6-inch and 8-inch cruisers, we're going to keep a 10,000 ton 6-inch cruiser, because let's face it, Brooklyn's ostensibly the Megamis, the towns, we've all designed them. We don't really want to start messing with that. What we're instead going to do is say, okay, you can have 12,000 ton 8-inch ships, and unlimited 10,000 ton 6-inches, or something along those lines. Anyway, those would be my main changes on that regard. If you can provide enough money to distract Treasury and Congress and persuade them to give everyone 50% more procurement and training funds, I mean, that's brilliant. In light of my London Naval Treaty plans, what I would then do is somewhat accelerate the rebuilding effort. I mean, obviously, I'm looking at this primarily from a Royal Navy perspective, because they're the ones who are doing a lot of rearming much sooner. For the Royal Navy, it would be about refitting capital ships earlier, investing in gun manufacturing and dockyards earlier, so getting up to our three capital ships per year build rate faster. And I'm dragging things in for refit, A, much sooner, and B, in much greater numbers. So hopefully I'll get all the QEs refitted, but honestly, my priority after Warspite would be getting Renown, Repulse, and Hood refitted, because they're all fast capital ships, even if Renown and Repulse aren't particularly well protected. And then obviously QE and Valiant, and then if I've got the time and funds, I'd get Barham and Malaya in as well. But by accelerating the King George V project, ideally, I think with the 15-inch 45 they were looking at very early on, Then I could also start, as part of my modernization plan, as I've mentioned a few times before, replacing the 15-inch 42s with the 15-inch 45. So you've got 15-inch 45 across the board in the fleet. And more of everything. 27,000-ton armored carriers would be quite fun. If I can get 4 HMS Drac battleships and 1 multi-class with my Merlin Whirlwind stuff, then yes, definitely going to do that. And right, admirals, so they won't die of health issues. So, ooh. Now that's an interesting one, because you see, as far as I'm aware, the US Navy doesn't really lose any of their vital admirals during the main part of the war. I mean, yes, Admiral Lee dies right before the war is over, but he's basically done his part at that point. The one Navy that's really losing admirals right before the war starts, who they could really use, is the Royal Navy. So in that regard, I would keep Henderson, Backhouse, and William Fisher alive, because Henderson is kind of the technical and procurement genius. Backhouse is the tactician, like kind of first Sea Lord position, best candidate. And William Fisher is a tactical genius. I mean, Cunningham is his protege in some ways. So yeah, keeping those alive, and combine that with an extra battle squadron, better ships being built, more refitted ships, and this OCP of multi-class with 80 whirlwinds on it. And, well, let's just say the Kriegsmarine and the Regia Marina probably aren't going to be around in much shape by the time the Japanese get involved, which then means that when the Japanese do get involved, there's a lot more waiting for them. I'm glad to hear the mic quality is good, so it seems like my fixes are working. Right. Okay, I'm going to come back to Jim Smitty's question, because that was quite a long answer, and this is quite a long question. So let's come back to that in a minute. Smelly Karkar asks, another completely serious X replaces Y question. How many Taffy 3s would it take to defeat either side at Jutland? So, assuming that they are given preemptive warning so that they know to load up the Avengers with torpedoes, if by defeat you mean inflict enough losses to force them to turn back rather than outright exterminate, I'm gonna go with 3 Taffy 3s, because there's basically next to no aerial opposition. So there's no fight, there's no enemy combat air patrol to worry about, so everybody gets a free run in that regard. There's near enough as makes no difference, no anti-aircraft fire to worry about either. Your main enemy's going to be the weather. I mean, the visibility is not brilliant, but essentially the torpedo bombers are going to have as close to a training run for their attack runs as possible. Ditto the fighters, because the fighters obviously can carry bombs as well, and rockets and that kind of thing. But I would detail the fighters probably to go after the destroyers and cruisers, and then you send the Avengers in after the battleships. And yeah, think of the air groups of those carriers and the limited number of torpedoes that they carry. Given this is World War I torpedo defense, you don't need to put that many torpedoes into the side of a ship to start sending it to the bottom. So yeah, you probably need to inflict something like, I would say, 8 to 12 capital ship losses on either side in very quick succession, and they're at that point, A, they're definitely defeated, and B, they would get the message to go away. And I think 3 Taffy 3s worth of Avengers could do that. And of course, this is thinking mainly about the carrier strike capability, because that's the thing that the Jutland fleets basically don't have an answer to. Whereas, yes, you have obviously got Johnston and Samuel B. Roberts and Howell and so forth, but ultimately, although they are obviously much bigger, much more capable destroyers than the destroyers in the various fleets, they are still destroyers. You know, if you sail a small contingent, even of World War II destroyers, into torpedo launch range of either the High Seas Fleet or the Ground Fleet, there's just so many shells coming your way, it's not going to end well for you. Whereas with the airstrike capabilities, you're just going to go, oh, yeah, do what you like, I don't care, you can't actually hit me. Texas and Lashock asks, what are some colleges and universities that have traditionally strong ties to the US Navy-Marines? Unfortunately, that's the American education system, and I have no idea. But I'm fairly sure some people in the chat might know. So, chat, go. Let's fill in the answers for Texas and Lashock. And if anyone knows of any particular colleges or universities in the US that have strong ties to the US Navy or the Marines. Class A Cornate asks, would an Allied fleet consisting of 3 Lions, a Gascogne, no one sails like Gascogne, anyway, I'll stop, sorry, 2 Admirals and 2 G3s be able to beat a German fleet consisting of 2 Bismarcks, 2 H-41s, and 4 L-20EA Alphas, assuming that their escort screens are awash? And do they do better if the L-20EA Alphas are replaced with 415-inch Scharnhorsts? Ooh. Let's see. So we've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's 8 per side. Let's do a little bit of analysis, shall we? I think, yes, the Allied fleet would have the advantage there. Because, I mean, if we're going in ascending order for the Germans, obviously the L-20E Alphas are the oldest. We'll assume that they've had some kind of 1930s refit to bring them up to vaguely modern standards. But they're the weakest units of the German fleet, then the Bismarcks, and then, of course, the H-41s. Now, comparable to that, the weaker units in the Allied fleet are the older ones, should I say, are the 2 Admirals and the 2 G3s. Now, you know, you can make your arguments either way for the Admirals, but if we're going to assume the L-20EA Alphas have been updated, then let's assume the Admirals have also been updated. But the 2 G3s are a bit of an outside context problem for the L-20EA Alphas. So overall, at the lower end, age-wise, the Allies are going to win that. Then we've got 2 Bismarcks versus a Gascogne and the Gascogne and a Lion. Gascogne is a relatively decent matchup for Bismarck. A Lion is an overmatch for Bismarck, so mild win for the Allies there. And then you've got 2 H-41s versus 2 Lions. Now, that's really going to depend on which Lion we're talking about, but if we're being uncharitable to the Allies, then let's say we're going with the 1939 pre-war Lion design rather than the 45,000-ton late war design. Now, at that point, the H-41s are considerably larger, but, you know, armament protection-wise, it's a bit of a wash. But even if the H-41s, you know, because at that point, when things are a bit of a wash, luck comes into play a lot. But even if the H-41s get the upper hand, you're going to have the surviving combat-capable ships from the Lion and Gascogne versus Bismarck fight and the Admirals and G3s versus L-20E Alphas fight, which is probably going to be at least the 2 of the G3s, the 2 G3s and at least 1 or other of the other 2 coming in. So yeah, that's going to be a victory for the Allies on average. If you place the L-20E Alphas with 415-inch Scharnhorsts, that does grant that the Germans would do better, largely because you've increased their overall fleet speed somewhat. It would be closer, but I think that the fact that you've got two G3s in there kind of still tips the balance. The G3s are pretty collective monsters. Whereas if it had been like 4 admirals, 3 lions, and a Gascon, it would be a much, much closer thing with maybe a German advantage in some cases. Right D Sublet asks, could Admiral Lee soft kill Yamato in the Third Naval Battle of Guadalcanal with Washington and South Dakota? I think for tonnage, if both of Lee's battleships would be hard-pressed to sink Yamato, unless you had the Cactus Air Force, but would night fight still favour Lee's fire control? Yeah, well, he could definitely soft kill, potentially even hard kill Yamato, because you've got to remember that, yes, Yamato has stupidly heavy armour, and yes, she has a huge capacity to absorb damage. But if we're assuming that the guns are firing at the same moment as they do historically in that particular fight, Washington is basically, as far as battleships are concerned, within spitting distance of not Kirishima, aka Yamato, and has the drop on the Japanese capital ship. Now, things could go badly for South Dakota, because remember, there's that hit on her barbette from Kirishima. Now, if that's done with an 18.1-inch shell, I can see that potentially going a lot worse. But Washington, when she starts pumping 16-inch shells into the side of Yamato, they're at a close enough range that they're still going to almost certainly punch through Yamato's belt armor. And they're going to be coming in rapidly enough that by the time Yamato's registered where Washington is and started retraining her guns, it's going to be basically game over for Yamato. She's going to be in a critical state and she's going to need to disengage. So, yeah, Lee is still going to win that fight. South Dakota may come away far more heavily damaged than she does historically, because those 18.1-inch shells can seriously mess her up. But I suppose the only thing that Yamato would have in her favour at that point is that, yes, she's going to be absolutely riddled and on fire. But when you look at how long it took before the Japanese gave up the hope of saving Kirishima, Yamato having that much more mass to absorb damage, she might be limping out of the area in the morning, at which point, yeah, the Cactus Air Force will probably have a go at her. But it's still, entirely possible she could sink. It just depends how many holes Washington punches and exactly where they are. John M., do you have a favourite PC naval wargame? What is it and why? And if not, why not? Yeah, I actually do. For a wargame, as opposed to a World of Warships style arcade simulator type thing, for a war game type environment, I actually really like the Rule the Waves series. Basically because while the AI could use a little bit of a polish, at least in Rule the Waves 2, Rule the Waves 3 is a little bit better. While some people don't like the fact that the Rule the Waves series is very much a kind of spreadsheets at war thing with relatively minimal graphics, the fact of the matter is you can actually build pretty much anything that you want, and the effectiveness of your navy and your designs is very much on you. And there are some relatively realistic limitations as long as you don't start messing with the game settings too much. So it offers a fun and playthrough on a long-term basis that obviously with almost any war game you can only ask for so much realism, but from a vaguely realistic perspective, the Rule the Waves series I think is up there. Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts sadly now is no longer getting updates, but I think it had the potential to be there, obviously being with a lot more modern graphics and simulation and so forth. And there are parts of Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts that I would argue in some ways are potentially superior. But the last time I tried to play an Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts campaign through, I think the one thing that really was kind of their realism markdown compared to all the waves, was just how many hits you had to score to put ships down, especially when it came to torpedo hits. I mean, in one battle I played in a Rule the Waves campaign, I think I put something like 8 or 9 torpedoes into a pre-dreadnought, and not only did it survive, it actually vaguely recovered itself and put itself back into action. And yes, I know 1903 era torpedoes are not particularly powerful, but no pre-dreadnought is coming back from, it's not surviving, let alone coming back from that kind of hit. Owendil, the model ship in the top shelf up there, that is a model of the Thunderchild, as designed by me. Aluminium fence, this is... I knew exactly what it was right up until I tried to say it. It is the Yeti Studio Active Dynamic XLR broadcast microphone. And now, where was my question list? There it is. Patrick Donnelly, what is your view on some of the Midway 2019 casting choices? Much as I like to poke the Midway 2019 movie for the many, many errors it made, and there are plenty to poke at, I think most of their casting choices weren't bad. Some of their characterization choices, once they had those members cast, you can ask a lot more questions about. But when you look at the historical photos of the key pilots, admirals, captains, etc., involved in Midway, Pearl Harbor, so Nimitz, Halsey, Dick Best, etc. I mean, obviously, some of them are a little bit closer to what the historical characters look like than others, but actually, I think that whoever was doing the casting did a pretty darn good job. If you're going to get relatively big name Hollywood actors involved for most of those roles, I think they picked the ones who at least looked the closest to the characters that they were portraying. I mean, in some ways, although it's a little bit more hit and miss, the TV series The Crown about the British royal family, a fair number of their casting choices were likewise pretty spot on. Some of them were a bit questionable. But yeah, no, Midway 2019 movie, I definitely give props to the casting choice, the casting department. They really did a good job, in my opinion. Rob Smith asks, the power output of any given steam turbine is more or less proportional to the pressure drop across the turbine. Most British interwar battleships, destroyers, etc. were rated at about 350 psi, so doubling the pressure to 700 psi would more or less double the power output. 700 psi being the pressure used by the American fast battleship engines. Okay, so double again to the more modern 1400 psi, and we've doubled the output. And we double the output again. So considering your favourite World War II battleship, Warspite, she'd go from 70 to 80,000 shaft horsepower to something in the region of 300,000 shaft horsepower with modern high-pressure turbines. Assuming her hull form was suitable, just how terrifying or terrifyingly fast would she go? I mean, I think at that point, my biggest concern would be the fact we're trying to put 75,000 shaft horsepower down each of her propeller shafts, which at that point I think would start to twist up quite a bit. I mean, assuming that we could find a propeller shaft design or possibly a unique metal alloy that could withstand 75,000 shaft horsepower per shaft, you're talking about speeds where I think Warspite's hull speed is going to be more of an issue than her theoretical top speed. I mean, she's easily going to clear, with that amount of power, she's easily going to be clearing 30 knots. And probably more than that. Her biggest problem at that point is actually legitimately going to be length to breadth ratio. So and hull length. So if you were going to do that kind of modification, you definitely want to include an Italian style bow extension to get her going even faster. Let me just work out what her actual hull speed is. So we have a hull length of just over 640 feet. All right, water length. So, yeah, her hull, I was pretty much spot on. Her hull speed is 33.9 knots, so you're going to see major drop off maybe 2-3 knots before that. So, yeah, you really want to be extending the hull. I mean, the question is how much, because it's just under 34 knots at her actual hull length. But even if we put the waterline length up to 670 feet, so that's what, a 30-foot hull extension, that only gives us up another 0.6 of a knot. We have to add almost 40 feet to her hull before we push the hull speed up by a full knot to just under 35 knots. So yeah, yeah, you're probably looking at Warspite, even with a bow extension, now being capable of around 31 to 32 knots. But actually, with that amount of shaft horsepower, assuming that you could actually get that output, you wouldn't need to be running the engines anywhere close to maximum. So at that point, I mean, 150,000 shaft horsepower, you could probably run her to almost top speed on 2 propeller shafts and switch between the two. I mean, yeah. At 300,000 shaft horsepower with her hull form, I'd almost be tempted to put a clipper bow on her and see if you could turn her into the world's first semi-planing battleship. That would be hilarious. I mean, it'd shorten her hull life by a stupidly large amount, but it would be hilarious to see. Aluminium fence. Hull speed is basically the speed. So you've got the bow wave coming off of obviously off the ship's bow. As that gets faster, the wavelength of that wave gets longer and longer. But when you get to hull speed, basically what you're getting to is a point where, because obviously if you have multiple waves, the ship basically sitting fairly flat. If you get peak, your bow wave peak at the bow, and the next wave peak, so your wavelength is exactly the same length as the hull, that has some fairly stressful effects on the hull, because then obviously you've got this permanent wave with the trough directly amidship, so the whole ship is permanently sagging, which isn't brilliant. But as you get even faster and the trough starts to edge towards the stern, now your ship is basically, instead of motoring along vaguely flat, it's now motoring on further and further uphill until you get to a point where the wave trough is where your stern is, and now your ship's basically permanently trying to push itself uphill, and that's where your power output goes exponentially upwards. I mean, more than exponentially upwards, because now you're not trying to push, in the Warspite's case, roughly 34,000 tons. You're not trying to push it horizontal, you're also trying to lift it, and yeah, that just doesn't work. And that's why, at that point you go semi-planing or planing hull to overcome that. But deep draft battleships, probably not going to be doing that anytime soon. But yes, I do like the idea. Some people say put her on hydrofoils. That would be quite funny. W. Osterberg. I've always considered the later classes of British battlecruisers to be beautiful warships, speaking more of elegance and restrained power than brute force. Tiger being foremost of these. If things had been flipped and during the 20s and 30s remodelling and upgrading of ships, it had been done with the newest being the first, we could project that Tiger would be upgraded around 1935. With an additional 3 inches of armour to her belt, giving her a 12-inch belt, 2 to 3 inches on her deck, new small tube boilers, and given the slight size difference between her 30.5-inch guns and 14-inch that are being produced for the KGV class, swapping out for 14-inch, would she have been a rather capable fast heavy unit for the British Navy during World War II? I mean, that's a stupidly expensive refit. Yeah, so completely redoing the machinery, replacing the armament. I mean, okay, yeah, it's probably about the same cost as modernising Warspite, to be honest. I'd be interested in running the numbers to see if you could actually replace her 9-inch belt with a 12-inch belt and slap another 3 inches on the deck. With the weight, because the thing is, yes, you'll save a bunch of weight from putting in new small tube boilers, but you are going to want to divert some of that weight to anti-aircraft guns. Although I suppose if you take off all of her existing secondary guns and put some pancake 4.5s, you might save a bit of weight there. But then again, Tiger does have that distributed armor scheme. So if you take off everything, if you make her an all or nothing, that will probably save enough weight to allow you to stick a 12-inch belt. Yeah, at that point she'd be a fairly capable fast heavy unit. I mean, with the new small tube boilers and so forth, even if she stays around, probably get 29, 30 knots out of her probably with that refit. She's got decent enough protection, decent speed, and a battery of 8 14-inch guns. She's essentially a Congo but better, i.e. a Congo but with a degree of survivable armor. I mean, she'd be a decent match for a Scharnhorst, obviously an overmatch for Deutschland, and an overmatch for the Congos, because I say she'd actually have a belt armor worth writing home about. So yeah, that'd be quite a good little ship. Dr. Clark saying with the armor quality upgrade, a 10-inch belt will probably do. Yeah, probably, but I mean, she's unlike Hood, she's not got an inclined belt, she's got a slab belt. So I think that it'd be, what are you planning on using her for? If you're planning on just using her against cruisers, classic battle cruiser mission, then yeah, either keeping the 9-inch belt or replacing it with a 10-inch belt would be fine. If you're going to take her up against Scharnhorsts and Congos, and possibly even Fuso, Yamashiro, etc., and well, even actually the modernized Italian dreadnoughts as well, I might want the 12-inch belt just to give me a bit more of an immunity zone. James L. Quickly asking, the 300,000 shaft horsepower, that's much more power than the Iowas. What's the hull speed of an Iowa? An Iowa has a much higher hull speed, and that's the thing. An Iowa class is about 860 feet at the waterline, a bit more on the overhang because of the bow. So an Iowa's hull speed is 39.5, 40 knots. Right, anyway. Camino John asks, while out for a training walk in my 2025 Camino del Norte, I passed through our historic city cemetery, which was large relative to the size of our city at the time back in the late 1800s. Several sections are used for veterans of various conflicts. I must have passed by the monument for the Spanish-American War numerous times, except I noticed it was actually wreckage from the USS Maine. Now, there's an appropriate question given the Wednesday video today. How many other stray bits of Maine are about? Well, the 2 masts are around, and there were a handful of other bits of wreckage recovered, but the main artifacts from Maine that are on display nowadays are her 2 masts. There's a bunch of smaller bits and pieces, but as you go down that list, it starts to become very much a, is this a bit of Maine, as in, is this part of the ship, as in physically, was this part of the ship's structure or armament? And then you get into, this was a thing that was on the Maine. And so does that count as a bit of the Maine? Or, it's kind of like, in broader terms, it's like, is a ship's silver service, is it an artifact from the ship, or is it part of the ship? You can argue either way, but from a technical definition, I would argue it's an artifact from a ship rather than part of the ship, because it's not physically part of the ship's structure. So, yeah, in terms of how many stray bits of Maine are about, first you have to decide, do you mean anything from Maine, or do you mean actual structural elements? And then he says, can you identify where this went on the ship? And gives me a link, which I shall follow. Flip's sake. Microsoft is like, we need you to log in. It's like, I'm sorry, Microsoft, but, I'm already logged in. The whole, me being on my computer, me having to log in to get onto the computer. Anyway. Right. Yeah. Okay, well, that's helpful. The link has expired anyway. So, yeah. Apologies, Camino John. I would try to identify where that went in the ship, but the link is dead. So if you want to message me a new link, I will happily look at that and get back to you in private. See you later, Anarion Lendil. Pleasure as always. Grand Admiral Raider, yes, all the live streams are available in the live streams playlist after the actual live stream is done. So, yeah. Bruges asks, right, now I need to get back to him privately on that one. So let me save this. Edward Olson, what are your thoughts on the 1962 film Damn the Defiant? My thoughts are I would need to watch it first, unfortunately. If you'd like me to watch it, then I will when I get the time, but unfortunately I haven't had the time thus far. Aluminium Fence asks, do you ever worry your house is going to pull a HAL 9000 on you? Not really, because I have medieval melee weapons in almost every room. So I will I will win. I mean, to be honest, if you want to sum all of the quote unquote smart elements in the house, it's mostly some Alexa devices and some smart lights, because it means I can talk to the lights. A couple of security cameras on the outside as well. Hamilcar Barker asks, what would the major fleets look like if the Washington Naval Treaty battleship limits were 700,000, 420,000 and 245,000 tons? The ratios then being 20-20-12, plus battle cruiser for the Japanese, and 7 for the Italians and the French. I assume they'd eventually build new construction, so what would be kept at first and what would then be built? Right, so that's an interesting. I mean, honestly, I don't think much is going to change for the French and the Italians, because the French and the Italians didn't even build up to their actual weight allowances in the historical treaty when they had less, simply because they economically didn't have the opportunity to do. So they're going to be pretty much the same. About the only difference is going to be when the Italians start building lots of littorios, they're not going to violate their treaty tonnage limits for them, at least early on. So for the Japanese, yeah, now we're running into some interesting issues, because the Japanese don't really have anything that they want to keep per se going into the treaty. But you've got their 10 ships, but there's the Kongos, Fusos, Iseis, and Nagatos. They haven't got anything smaller they really want. You know, the Kawat, even before the Washington Treaty, they downgraded the Kawachis. So yeah, the US is actually in a similar boat, because, you know, even with the original Washington Treaty limits, they were having to keep around a bunch of the 12-inch ships. That's why you have Arkansas still around even in World War II to make up the numbers. The Royal Navy is the one that kind of comes out of that, technically speaking, the best going into the 20s, because they don't have to retain any of their 12-inch ships, and they keep all their 15-inch ships. Plus, obviously, they get to build Nelson and Rodney. But historically, the least powerful ships that they're keeping are the King George V class 13.5-inch ships. So if you increase the tonnage limits, then, well, that means they can keep some of the Orions as well, but they don't need to reach into their 12-inch fleet. Potentially, they could keep some of the battle cruisers around, maybe keep Princess Royal around as well. I think Lion was a little bit worn at that point. Whereas, yeah, for the Americans, they're going to be keeping even more 12-inch ships, which they really don't want to be. So I think you would see one of two things happening. Either everybody keeps, roughly speaking, what they kept in the original Washington Treaty, but with more headroom for additional construction. So instead of only having 3 Colorados, the Americans would maybe get 4. The British maybe get a 3rd Nelson. The Japanese, maybe they get a 3rd Nagato. No, maybe they might get a 3rd Nagato. They might not. The British, I think if the Japanese got a 3rd Nagato, the British would probably be agitating to get 4 Nelson class or something like that. The problem with the admirals is that though they're actually cancelled before the Washington Treaty negotiations go into play. I can actually potentially see the 3 big navies certainly collectively going, you know what? We're going to level up the playing field a little bit, let the Brits have their Nelsons, and pretty much get the historic fleets that they have out of the Washington Naval Treaty anyway, but with extra tonnage allowances, and then probably put in a kind of early build clause like they put in for the French and the Italians, and say, okay, well, we're going to have our shipbuilding now, but then, and yeah, we're going to have our general 10-year suspension, but because some of us are going to have to be carting around Kawachis and Orions and Delawares and so forth, we're going to say, okay, we're going to scrap those early. Let's say we're going to scrap them in 1926, and we're going to lay down enough tonnage to bring us up to our limits in 1927 and 1928. So you'd probably see an extra batch of 16-inch armed ships built in the late 20s to bring everybody up to the kind of fleet they want prior to the Washington Treaty overall expiration, and then going into the London Treaty, and then people would negotiate on from there. Because I don't think anyone would really want to be holding on to their really, really old ships for a decade. It would be blatantly obvious that those ships are horribly obsolete. And possibly you could also see some additional leverage going in there, because then if you've got a kind of top up force of 16-inch ships that everyone's building in the late 20s, by the time you get to the London Treaty, you're going to have the British looking at their 13.5-inch ships, the Americans looking at their remaining 12-inch ships, and potentially even looking at Texas and New York, and the Japanese certainly looking at the Fusos, if not even, but maybe even the Iseis, and everyone going, we're not sure that these things are really going to stand up to, this fairly large fleet of much bigger ships we've got nowadays. So maybe we replace those in the early 30s, rather than, especially if it's seen as a way of, basically giving the economy a bit of a kickstart after the big Great Depression. The good news is also we're just over 2/3 of the way through the Patreon questions. So then we move on to the super chats, which Fleet and Co have been rather gratefully assembling for me. Right, so my mum's basement needs more windows, says if aviation doesn't progress by 1940 to the point of making the aircraft carrier a viable threat, does the attack on Pearl Harbor proceed? And if so, what happens? I mean, yes, it almost certainly does, because the Japanese, with the oil embargo that the Americans put on them, the Japanese have to take the Dutch East Indies if they want to keep their war effort going. To take the Dutch East Indies requires them to, to deal a blow to the Americans before the Americans can come after them. And the only way to really do that is to attack Pearl Harbor. Now, how they're going to attack Pearl Harbor is another matter. I mean, the obvious solution is submarines. They sent a few mini subs in. Theoretically, they could send in a lot more. But of course, as we know historically, those subs did, some of them at least, get detected. And the Americans were explicitly looking for that kind of an attack. So, yeah, the main question is, how are they going to get in? If I was the head of the Japanese Navy, how would I attack Pearl Harbor in 1941 if I don't have aircraft and have never had aircraft? I'm not going to be able to sneak a battle fleet close enough. And even a larger fleet of mini-subs, I'm just begging to be spotted. And I'm not really going to get much more than a mini-sub. I mean, theoretically, I could get some of my small coastal subs in, but then they're not going to have the range. I would say... Oh! Now there's an idea. Okay, so I am going to go with my large fleet of midget subs, but I'm going to supplement this with a few large mine layer subs. So I'm going to have a very large submarine flotilla heading out, but I'm also going to take a small force, maybe 4 or 5 large merchant ships, disguised, I mean, they're merchant ships. They don't need to be disguised as merchant ships because they are merchant ships, but what they're going to have is disguised cargo, and the disguised cargo is going to be small, stealthy literally torpedo boats, like MTB, Schnellboote, Mars boat type things, motor boats with torpedo launchers on them. And the idea is then going to be that these ships will approach the general area, just, nothing to see here, we're just merchant ships, don't mind us, maybe false flag them, because, well, Japanese merchant ships might get spotted and boarded or something like that. But the idea would then be you have coordinated assault. So the midget subs are dispatched, but they're dispatched in a way that their kind of attempts to penetrate the defenses of Pearl Harbor will take place about 15 minutes to half an hour after the torpedo boats are supposed to be sweeping through the entrance to the harbor. Because the merchant ships launch their disguised torpedo boat flotillas, they swarm in, they try and sneak past the outer defenses, but they've got torpedoes if they do get spotted, at which point, the alert's going to be sounded, the surface search patrols are going to be very occupied with, chasing after torpedo boats and trying not to get torpedoed by them. The fleet will be on alert, but they're going to be on alert for surface torpedo boats going left, right, and center. And in all the confusion, now nobody's pinging away with sonar because no one could afford to be going slowly enough to do so. That should give the midget subs a little bit more of a chance to get inside, and they can obviously then start picking off targets left, right, and center with their torpedoes. And yes, probably none of these forces are going to come back, or almost none. But it's an expendable attack force at the end of the day. And then capping all of that off is going to be that while everybody's distracted by the torpedo boats and possibly spotting some of the midget subs, the bigger mine-laying subs will quickly throw up a fairly substantial minefield just outside of Pearl Harbor, with one or two of the big mine layers hanging around to replenish it. And yeah, I might do a certain amount of damage to the Pacific Fleet with the torpedo boats and the midget subs, hopefully a decent amount of damage. But then if anyone tries to leave the area because they're in a bit of a panic, or if they think the attack has now been repulsed and then the fleet tries to leave, or damaged ships head out, whatever, now they run into minefields. Now they've got to worry about clearing the minefields. And, if Enterprise coming into dock the next day, well, can she come into dock? Are they going to risk it? Do they know the minefields there by the time Enterprise sails through there? And once they think they've cleared the minefields, that's why a few of the mine-laying subs are stuck around. Oh, look, I've replenished the minefields. Oh, right, now we know there's mine-laying subs out there. Now we've got to try and hunt them down, except at that point they've all gone away. I mean, I have my doubts that I'd do quite as much damage as the historical Pearl Harbor attack actually did. I might get lucky and they get something sunk in some critical navigation channel, but I think that's probably the best that you could pull off if you were going to do it. Right. Reichswehrminister says... Let's put there. In the beginning of the 1930s, the US and British intelligence receives a first version of the plans for the Yamato class. First finalised version. So it's some gigantic battleship with 18-inch guns. The version that's laid down at the end... but not the version laid down at the end. Okay, so it's the 18-inch, some 18-inch variant. Plan number unclear. Both nations secretly meet up, identify they've got the same plan of the ship, but decide to ignore them collectively because it's the 30s and they're just Japanese. With the Japanese declaration of war on the Chinese in 1937, some relevant pencil pusher from the US and one from the UK decide that the Navy has to act and the naval treaty commitment can be secretly ignored, i.e. no public fundraising, no formal declaration of leaving the treaty, but also not the same level of secrecy the Japanese applied through the building of Yamato. And I've got a swirling whirly thing. Am I offline? Am I still here? Yes, I am still here. Okay, apparently Chrome ran out of memory. That's handy. Anyway. CTXS LPR says run the merchant ships in Zeebrugge style. I mean, that's actually not a bad idea, actually. Yeah, you might as well kamikaze the merchant ships. You're kamikazing everything else. Right, anyway. So, where were we with Rice Spear Minister's question? So, got some Yamato variant that everybody's got, and in the designs for July 1937, they decided to secretly ignore the treaty. And from that point on, July 37 until Pearl Harbor, what developments take place in both navies? So World War II and the Sino-Japanese War is happening as we historically know they happened. There's no magical additional money pot, so they can only build what they're able to pay for. Starting on 1st September 1939, the UK can commission ships in the US, but only a limited number. All battles at sea take place as they have historically until Pearl Harbor happens. All other major navies build up as they did historically. What does the US Navy and Royal Navy look like on the 6th of December 1941? Okay. Right, so if the point of departure is July 37... presumably they will have had some sketch designs in place, so they theoretically could have a design ready to build by the end of 37. So you'd be talking about early 38 laydown. So let's say 38. So 38, 39, hole in the water 40. Oh, end of 40. You might just, if you really put your back into it, get such a vessel commissioned, a Yamato response commissioned by the end of 41, but you might be pushing it. But okay, so on the 6th of December 1941, I think both navies would have some kind of response in there, ready to go, either about to be commissioned or just commissioned. There is enough time for that. The question is how they're going to do this, because historically the British are looking at building King George V, then laying down the Lions in 39. There. And the thing is, the navies need their fast battleships anyway, because Bismarck's Littorios, Italian refits, etc. They need those fast battleships. They can't really cancel the KGVs, the North Carolinas, the South Dakotas. They have to build in parallel. Okay, for the Americans, it's not so much of a problem. The Americans probably can come up with something that looks vaguely like a Montana and start building those at this, either in parallel or instead of fast battleship programs in the late 30s. I mean, Congress won't like it, but if they can, they can at least tell Congress this is why we need it. We might need to divert funds from other areas, but this is what we need to do. The thing is, Wilpat saying they would have wanted to build Montana with 9 18-inch guns. See, the thing is, maybe the US was quite fond of its 16-inch 50. They looked at the 18-inch and decided not to go with it. The main thing is that especially in 37, if you go, look, we're going to build a ship with a dozen 16-inch guns, it's a relatively quick and easy design to do. You basically go, right, here's our 9 16-inch ship. We're making it bigger, and we're fitting an extra turret. That's relatively easy compared to we're taking our existing ship, we're scaling it up, but we're also going to have to develop and build an entirely brand new gun and turret system and hope it works. So I think the Americans will probably go with a Montana-like vessel, especially because it'll help them speed construction. They have a prototype 18-inch gun. They don't have a design for a triple 18-inch, and they don't have a modern 18-inch design. They've got a concept, but they'd still have to develop a new standard production gun. The British, on the other hand, are in a bit more of a pickle because the British, at this point, they're building quad 14s. They're thinking about doing 16s for the Lions, but they don't have that 16-inch gun yet. It's not even started development. Now, they could go one of two ways on this. They could either go, you know what, this is an absolute emergency. Let's dig out the plans for the Nelson classes guns. I mean, they're not perfect. They're far from perfect, but at least we know what we had to do in the interim to fix them. I mean, heck, at that point, you might as well just break up the plans for the G3's turrets because they're using the same guns, but the turrets and everything are somewhat more strongly built. And then do kind of their version of a Montana. That's a possibility. Or the other possibility, if they don't want to reach that far back in history, would be they would have to develop a brand new gun from straight up. So either they start development on the Lion class's 16-inch gun, a couple of years earlier than historically, and then start ramping production of that up and go for their own Montana variant, or because they are forced to go with a clean slate design, whether they like it or not, they might be tempted to dust off the plans that they had for the N3's 18-inch guns and go, well, we've had a plan for an 18-inch triple turret and an 18-inch gun at one point. Maybe we can use that. John Thomas asking, why would they not use the US 16-inch gun? Probably because the US won't sell them any. To be perfectly honest, the US would be... I mean, the gun and turret system is quite a long lead specialist item, and if the US has decided they're going to need, at least 8 additional turrets and 24 additional guns just for the ships, plus, reserves, they're not, even if they wanted to sell the British those guns, they wouldn't be in a position really to do so for a while. They'd be at the back of the queue. Chaser McLeod asking, a ship with quad 14s a la Marlborough from World of Warships. The only problem with that is that if they know roughly what Yamato's going to be, because they've got one of the early version Yamato drafts, they're going to know the 14-inch gun just doesn't have the penetration power to go after Yamato at the kind of battle ranges they want to fight at. So having more of the same gun isn't really going to help them in that respect. They're going to need a bigger gun. So yeah, the British might end up with some kind of 18-inch ship, but later, because they're going to... Well, they've got two choices. Either they can start on 18-inch gun development in 37 while they're finalising the design and do a kind of Queen Elizabeth style thing of design and build a ship and just hope that the gun works, in which case they might have something by early 42, or they have to go, maybe we make sure the gun works at least in concept first and then build the ship, which will probably kick things back by 6 to 12 months. The main question is what they're going to cut. If they're not allowed to get any more money, what are they going to cut instead? I mean, they're going to have to do gun pit upgrades. They're going to have to do shipyard increases. Vickers will probably sell them a 14-inch gun anyway. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I don't know what they'd cut instead. They would have to cut something, but I mean, I suppose they could secretly ask for some fund. You say no public fundraising. They could just ask for some quiet, increase the budget 5-10% on all the other big purchases and end up with the right budget anyway. Clayton Bradish, besides being a great story, what was the significance to the War of the Eldon Raid in the Indian Ocean? I don't know of any Eldon Raid. Because there are only really two big Japanese incursions into the Indian Ocean. One's with heavy cruisers towards the latter stage of the war. The other one is Operation Sea. But that's not the Eldon Raid, so maybe drop me a message about that. Chaser McLeod asking, something that might look like Thunderer from World of Warships with 18 inches. I mean, possibly that would be an easy solution, which is just basically Vanguard scaled from a design perspective. The only problem with that is that a 4 twin turret ship is going to be very long, and that's going to require a huge increase to UK naval infrastructure. Whereas if they go with let's say a slightly faster Nelson style layout, nice and compact, or even a more conventional, Lion but with 18-inch guns kind of thing, with triple turrets, that's going to save them some hull length, which is then going to save them on infrastructure upgrade costs. Will Pat says, if a super chat now would be answered in the stream. Yes, any super chats will be answered. We are... Oh, there's a few more questions, but we are we're half a dozen questions from getting onto super chats. So what's the time now? I would say in about 20 minutes, I reckon we're going to be on to super chats, of which I don't know how many we've got, but apparently there are 24 super chats. Okay. Well, we'll be here until they're done. Sapper Ninja asks, on the 1st of May 1916, Beatty is taken seriously ill and Sturdy is sent to command the battle cruiser fleet. How does Jutland now go? Much better. much better. Basically, because even if nothing else changes, Sturdy is going to go, 5th Battle Squadron, I want you with me. In fact, I don't think Sturdy would put 5th Battle Squadron at the back, because he's a lot more practical man. I have a feeling Sturdy might actually lead with 5th Battle Squadron. Because if you think about it, yes, 5th Battle Squadron isn't as fast as the Splendid Cats, but unless you want to leave them behind, BT, that doesn't really matter, because if you're not going to leave them behind, then the fleet speed is whatever the speed that the QEs are going to go at which point you might as well put them in the lead, because if you really, really, really need to, just overtake them. But then you've got the QEs, your strongest ships. Then you've got the Splendid Cats, 1st Battle Cruiser Squadron, which are your second strongest set of ships. So Queen Mary, Princess Royal, Lion, and Tiger. And then you have New Zealand and Indefatigable, basically as the last ships, but they're also your weakest ships. And then the reason I say you put them in that order is because, of course, Sturdy is going to be, assuming he's replacing Beatty's on Lion, and you don't really, in this kind of battle, want your flagship right at the head of the line if you can avoid it, because that's just, you're going to end up too far forward to really control the rear. And Captain C4 asking, would he take QE as a flagship? Not at that kind of short notice, because QE is Evan Thomas's flagship. So 5th Battle Squadron, it would be extremely poor form to displace another admiral from his flagship just because you want it. And of course, 5th Battle Squadron is on secondment to the battle cruiser fleet. It is supposed to go back again once 3rd Battle Cruiser Squadron returns. So yeah, there's two reasons not to do that. But I actually think this positioning of 5th Battle Squadron, then 1st Battle Cruiser Squadron, and then 2nd might actually work out quite well, because when the Germans are sighted, then their lead ships are now trading fire with 4 QEs, which, as we know, historically doesn't go very well for them, let alone this guy. Also, Sturdy's not going to be trying to do the little micromanagement navigation controls that Beatty was doing, in part probably because he's going to be given clearer orders to start with. So I mean, you think the 30.5-inch guns have a range advantage. The 15-inch guns have an even bigger range advantage. So you're going to have, 8 ships of the British fleet with a reasonable to significant range advantage bombarding first scouting group before first scouting group can even reply, which means the British are going to be dialing their ranges in at about the point the Germans are just starting to fire. And there's so much of a numerical advantage at that stage, especially factoring in, the two 12-inch ships bringing up the rear part of the line, that even if there is some confusion over who's targeting who, statistically, at least one ship is going to be targeting every German ship. So, yeah, first scouting group's going to take an absolute mauling. The first scouting group will probably still be around long enough to lead the British towards the high seas fleet, but then the maneuver away from the high seas fleet will be much easier, and first scouting group almost certainly won't be in a position to then come back and lead the high seas fleet, which means that the loss of Invincible probably isn't going to happen, because without the first scouting group there, you don't need to deploy third battle cruiser squadron to try and stop them, and with more of the battle cruiser fleet intact and not exploded, and as well as somewhat less damaged, they can take up their station and contribute their firepower a lot more easily. So yeah, overall it's a good win for the British, because as well as having less losses, it means that the high seas fleet, the Kaisers and the Königs at the lead, they're the ones who are going to run straight into a slightly stronger Grand Fleet without any of the interference of first scouting group right at the head, which means they're going to take even more damage. And if you don't have an operational first scouting group by the night action, then you don't get the death ride, which means even more German capital ships can be worked over. So yeah, there's a reason I kind of like the idea of sturdy in charge rather than beating. Jonathan Smith asks, how do you think the World War II Battle of the Atlantic would have changed if the Ministry of Supply had been overruled and merchant aircraft carriers carrying a few swordfish each had been operational in 1941? It would have brought the date when the Allies start to get an advantage over the U-boats forward by quite a bit. Because obviously, if you have merchant aircraft carriers with anti-submarine swordfish being operational in 41 in significant numbers, then you've closed the mid-Atlantic air gap almost, very, very, very quickly. And that is going to have a huge effect on the survivability of the convoys in terms of fewer ships being torpedoed, but also because you're increasing the casualty rates of the U-boats, that death spiral that the U-boats get into towards the end of the war, where you have a handful of very experienced crews who are somehow still alive, and large numbers of very, very fresh crews, where you've got people in command of U-boats who aren't even over 25, they're in their early 20s, going out and getting themselves sunk on their first or second patrols. All of that's going to advance sooner. So yeah, that's the Battle of the Atlantic's still going to be going on, but it by 1945, but the sort of the peak point and then the gradual downwards trend for the U-boat arm, with a few occasional rises back up as new tech comes into play, is going to start an awful lot sooner. Graham William Kidd, he'll be happy to hear this big one, because this starts a whole series of questions. He's basically asked a similar question each month going forward, but with different time periods. So, Dr. Drax, Frankenships, taking different components, machinery, armament, etc., from various periods, classes of ships, and combining them into the perfect ship for the period. Starting in November 1924, can you construct the best Franken heavy cruiser for the 1930 to 1945 period? And discuss Please discuss where she would have best been used and by which nation. Okay. Okay, so we're talking about a 19th, if I'm getting this right, a 1930s era heavy cruiser. And we're going to do the best one we can. Okay, so right, let's see what we're going to take. Starting with Germany, we are from the Germans. We are going to steal the disregard for the treaty weight limits and the hydrophone arrays that they stuck on the hippers. I'm definitely not stealing their armor scheme. Okay, so I think that's probably what we can safely take from the Germans. From the Japanese, well, since we are going with, a German disregard for treaty limits in terms of displacement, from the Japanese, we'll take the Long Lance torpedo launchers. Let's say, I'm going to say we'd take a pair of quad launchers. I don't think for a balanced Frankenship, I don't think we need 4 quad launchers. But 2 quad launchers would be perfectly fine, 1 per side, or maybe on not on the stern. I was thinking maybe on the stern Deutschland style, but no, that's actually a terrible idea. From the French, from the Algerie specifically, actually from the French, we're going to steal, I think, probably 2 major things. We're going to steal design aesthetic, because they do make some very pretty ships at this point, and we are going to steal the fact they actually have a torpedo defense system of some kind. And actually, while we're not taking it from Algerie, since we're talking about 30 to 45, the other thing we are going to steal from the French is the forced induction boilers. You know, the magic boilers that let you get the ridiculous power density that you get on the Richelieus. We're going to be stealing that for our cruiser as well. So essentially that leaves us with our fire control systems and our gun armament, because we fitted our torpedo armament. We've got our hull styling. Since we don't have to worry about weight limits so much, I'm going to take the superstructure of HMS London, because it actually does look okay, even though it's stupidly overstressed, the poor ship. I still like the upper work design styling, so we're going to keep that because we can now build a hull big enough to actually support it. For guns, I'm going to take US triple 8-inch turrets of the the New Orleans Baltimore era. For secondary guns, that's an interesting one, because twin 5-inch, much as I'd really like to go with twin 5-inch 38s, if we want to get this thing in for the start of the war, we're either going to have to probably go with either single 5-inch 38s, or we'd have to go to 5-inch 25s, but at that point we could also go for British twin 4s. That's a good one, actually. I don't want to go with single guns for my anti-aircraft. I want twin mounts for heavy AA. Ooh. This is a difficult one. See, because if I definitely want this ship in pre-World War II, I think I'd actually be tempted to go with either twin 4s or even twin 4.5s from the British. In an absolute ideal world, I might want for twin 538s. And I know obviously they exist well before World War II because you get them on the Atlantas and so forth. But getting them on a heavy cruiser design, I suppose I could use the Atlanta get out. Yeah, okay, let's go with twin 5-inch 38s for our firepower. I'm going to stick with 9 guns, but I'm going to have a twin 5-inch 38 super firing over my aft turret, and I'm going to have 2 twin 5-inch 38s on either side because I've got to find space for my torpedo launchers. So I've got 6 heavy AA gun salvo for my AA work. And then if we're talking pre-World War II, so we can't take the 20mm Oerlikon or the 40mm Bofors because they really get running in World War II. Then I think I would have to go with, at that point, 40mm pom-poms in quad or octuple mountings. If you're for pre-war medium AA, I think that's probably about the best you're going to get. You don't want the 25mm. You don't want the single shot, the Japanese 25mm. You don't want the single shot 37mm from the Germans, and you don't really want the 1.1-inch Chicago pianos either, so you kind of have to go for the pom-poms. Where we're going elsewhere than that. A power plant. I take the US high-pressure power plants. It's going to put the crew numbers up, but hey, there's a big chunky ship anyway. So yeah, that would be my Franken ship. So American power plant, French hull, Japanese torpedoes, German disregard for displacement, and German hydrophones, magical French boilers, British medium AA, American heavy AA, and American main armament. Fire control and radar systems, well, actually, if you're going to go with radar, you have to go British because they're the first ones to put radar on ships, and you're going pre-World War I service date. But fire control system, late 1930s, toss a coin between Admiralty fire, some variant on Admiralty fire control table 8 or 10, downgraded to cruiser size, or the American systems. You probably get just as good as either. Wolfgang division, yeah. Radar for pre-World War II. You basically have to go British because they're the only ones who've actually introduced anything before World War II. If you're introducing it during World War II, it would depend on what. If you're going to build these ships during the war as well, it's really going to depend on the year, because who exactly has the best surface search, air search, and gunnery radar in World War II varies. Well, actually, it varies on more than a yearly basis. It varies almost on a quarterly basis, but it very definitely varies on a yearly basis. Right. Well, my prediction is almost certainly true. I've got two more questions, I think, and then we're on to Super Chats. Mike Lima 777, if you could bring any ship to the present day where it will become a museum, which ship would you want to have filmed at sea and recorded firing their guns with modern technology? Well, it's Warspite, obviously. That is the answer. That is the answer to pretty much any question about bringing a ship to the modern day where it will become a museum ship. And yeah, 15-inch guns, 6-inch guns, pom-poms, all fun and games. Nathan Redder, and then the final question from the Patreon questions is Nathan Redder's question. Why would ship designers place guns so close together in turrets as seen on early US Navy heavies and the Zara class? I'm assuming they're trying to save weight by using a smaller turret, but shouldn't the port accuracy dissuade such a design choice? Now, this is actually a question that should have been in the normal Drydock, but I somehow missed it. That's why it doesn't sound very much like an alternate history question. But yes, the answer to that is essentially weight saving, because the further and further apart you make the guns, there's a certain amount you have to have on either side of the guns for access and handling and so forth. So the further apart they are, the wider the turret gets. And although turrets are relatively small in the grand scheme of things, they, especially if you're the early US Navy heavy cruisers and the Zaras, they do tend to have some fairly significant armor plate, which means weight, and also exposed area. And the wider they are, the bigger the barbette you need, which is, it limits where you can put them in the hull. It's one of the reasons why some of the early US heavy cruisers have triples and twins. So yeah, it's a combination of weight and space saving efforts. In terms of poor accuracy, the thing you've got to remember about it is that while it seems obvious to us now, it wasn't such an obvious thing immediately back then, because prior to that, the only ships that had, well, okay, you'd had a couple of big twin turrets on some hot armored cruisers, but broadly speaking, the only places you'd had twin turrets in any kind of recent scenario was on capital ships. And of course, for various reasons, you can space those guns out considerably further. There weren't really any World War I capital ships with closely spaced guns. And the distance, the firing distances involved back when you have things like the Minotaurs or Blucher being built are much more limited, and you've got other issues going on as well. So you wouldn't necessarily spot poor accuracy if you did have tightly spaced guns there, and not even all of them did. At which point you basically don't have, in the early to mid-20s, you don't actually have the knowledge base that tells you, oh yeah, packing these guns really close together is definitely going to cause you dispersion issues. There's some indication that that might be a problem, but you don't know if that's going to be a problem, or if it is going to be, how much of a problem that's going to be. And of course, these guns are also, shooting at slightly higher muzzle velocities and so forth. So it's really only a thing that you can even definitively prove is a thing, let alone that it's a really, really bad thing, once you actually start shooting the guns. And at that point, you don't really have much of a choice, because it's way, way, way past a point where you could put in bigger turrets. You just have to try and fix things using other methods. Right, so that's the live stream Q&A. I've got one or two questions I need to reach out to people directly on. Right, then we're going over to the super chats. So not doing too badly. Got a couple of hours before I hit my limit. Right. Right. So, DJ Medeiros asks, you have replaced von Tirpitz as State Secretary of the German Imperial Naval Office in 1897. Now, with your knowledge and expertise, how would you go about building a fleet capable of giving the British Navy a run for its money in World War I? I mean, the Germans didn't do too bad a job anyway. See, this is the difference between World War I Germany and World War II Germany. World War I Germany, technology-wise, I wouldn't necessarily say they're always on a par with the British, because, for example, they are behind in turbine technology. That's why the nacelles end up with vertical triple expansion engines. But in terms of the combination of technological capability and experience, especially once the Dreadnought race really gets going, the biggest limitation on Imperial German ship construction is more to do with how much money they can shake loose from the army, as opposed to what they're physically capable of building. They can, for their tonnage and for the financial limits that they have placed on them, the Germans build some pretty darn good ships in World War I. Whereas, obviously they have a few that aren't as good, but, everybody has some ships that they're not particularly proud of in World War I. Infrastructure and finance limits on what they can build. They also have a fairly big gap in design skill, and that leads to inefficiency. But anyway, that's getting a bit off topic. In 1897, right. So, all right, I have my knowledge and expertise, so I know Dreadnought is coming. So I can lay the groundwork. So, I can't give away that I know Dreadnought is coming. And some of the technology that is coming with Dreadnought, like capital ship scale turbines and stuff, I can't preempt too much. But what I can do is I can start research and development on turbine engines a little bit earlier and put some money into that. I'm also going to somewhat limit the building of pre-dreadnoughts. So I'm going to quietly pull the Kaiser aside and go, look, I've got my suspicions that this thing that Fisher is probably going to try and build is possibly going to be a game changer. I don't think investing all this money in the Deutschlands is such a brilliant idea. And great. We lasted this long without sound issues. So what exactly is the sound issue? Is it, can you hear me? Is it lip sync? Is it echo? Okay, right. People are saying it's lip sync only for them. All right, let me just refresh the page and see if that helps. Okay, I've refreshed the page, so that might help a bit. Right. Tiny lag continue. Okay, fine. Right, anyway, where were we? So yeah, so we're not going to build the Deutschlands just yet. I'm going to put some money into turbine development. Also, put some money into slightly bigger guns, please. The 11-inch is a bit embarrassing. What else am I going to do? Terminate the armored cruiser program slightly early. Yes, that means I'm not getting the Scharnhorst, so forth. But honestly, I have future knowledge. I know the armored cruisers aren't going to be of much use in World War I. And equally for Blucher, I know what Fisher's planning with the Invincibles. So I'd keep the 11-inch guns around for the battle cruisers, but I would want to move straight into 12-inch guns for my battleships, at least initially, and I'd get my 13.4-inch gun development in train much more quickly. Also, my destroyers are going to be a bit bigger, so that they can go toe-to-toe with the British destroyers. And using some of the money I'm saving from not doing armoured cruisers, I'm going to develop a standardised light armoured cruiser design. I think it's probably a bit too early in the mid-1900s to be arguing for twin turrets and so forth. But I certainly could develop a sort of a late town class, early sea class type thing with maybe half a dozen 5.9-inch guns, maybe a pair super firing forward, a pair super firing aft, a couple on the wings gives me a 5-gun salvo, decent speed, and I can just start mass producing that as my fleet scout unit. So I've got bigger destroyers, standardized 5.9-inch gun, light cruiser, and then when Fisher announces he's building battle cruisers or dreadnought armored cruisers, I know what he's doing. I know he's building 12-inch ships, so no Blucher. At which point, because I put the money into turbine development earlier, I would then do von der Tann instead of Blucher, and something else instead of von der Tann, so it would be a 2-ship class. But then I'm just double checking exactly where von der Tann's turret layout is, because von der Tann has the N echelons. So what I would do is I would actually have a super firing pair of turrets forward and a pair super firing aft, ideally, so it's kind of South Carolina layout. And if I can't argue enough to get away with that, then shuffle the superstructures around a bit and maybe the machinery layout a bit, and have maybe either a pair super firing forward, one amidships, one aft. So that would be kind of Lion Princess Royal style layout, or possibly go with one ahead, one amidships, and a pair super firing aft. Basically, I want my 8-gun broadside to actually be 8 guns, and with a slightly better propulsion technology, which I would have been researching ahead of time, I think maybe I could make that. Because then that serves actually a very easy template to go with, because I can build 11-inch gun, somewhat better protected than the British battle cruisers, and then after building a few of those, I can just go, okay, make it slightly bigger to support 12-inch guns, And by that point, hopefully I definitely can get the 2 superfiring forward, 2 superfiring aft. Still got my 8-gun broadside, and now I've basically invented the flingers somewhat earlier. And then it's just, yeah, that design and slightly bigger again, so I can get my 13.4s in. No, 13.4 is the French caliber, 13.8 German caliber. So, yeah, so that's my battle cruisers. For my battleships, because I don't need to go with the vertical triple expansion engine, I don't have to have that stupid hexagonal layout that the Nassau's have. And because I've got slightly more advanced turbine technology as well. I mean, I could go with one of 2 possible approaches. Actually, to be honest, at that point, take a leaf out of my battlecruiser design, and whatever my battlecruiser design is, just go, okay, well, that's my basic layout, except slightly bigger because it's got 12-inch guns to start with, except I have less machinery, so I've got more space to play with, so that's going to grant me the space to upgrade to 12-inch guns. So my battlecruiser and battleship designs are basically going to look almost identical in overall profile, except the battlecruisers have slightly smaller guns and an extra funnel. And that gives me good standardization. So, and then obviously as the hull gets bigger, I can add in a 5th turret. I mean, with Krupp guns, there's no point trying to argue for triples. But essentially I can go to the sort of the Koenig style layout much earlier, and my 13.8-inch guns hopefully will then allow me to match the Orions. So I think overall hull numbers wise, I'm probably not going to get I'm not going to get more ships than I did historically, but I think with a little bit of argument, a little bit of foreknowledge, saving money by cutting off development lines I know are going to go dead, I can build a much more standardized fleet that's where the ships are like, half a generation to a generation ahead of where they were historically, which then gives me considerably more firepower going into things. Plus, of course, I can, point out that maybe we should invest a bit more in subs. But honestly, the question said a fleet, so I'm going to assume we're talking about big surface gun action because, building subs is a bit of a give up. It's a given. Animal 16365, how about equipping the German battlecruisers with bigger guns than 12-inch? Yeah, this is going to happen, but essentially what I'm doing is going 11-inch and 12-inch initially for battlecruisers and battleships, and then as soon as my 13.8-inch is ready, that's becoming my battleship gun, the 12-inch is becoming my battlecruiser gun, because essentially I'm paying in gun caliber with having more armor, and then work on my 15-inch gun. So I should be getting 15-inch armed ships. My equivalent of the Koenigs will probably be 15-inch armed ships, which will then allow me to have the corresponding battle cruisers armed with 13.8-inch, because you still do have to have development time for these things. So that was Sapper Ninja saying thank you very much. Animal 16365, of all the pre-dreadnoughts built, which class was the most balanced, combining speed, protection, and firepower? I mean, there's probably a reasonable number of them that get that balance pretty correct. I mean, to be honest, with vertical triple expansion engines, really any pre-dreadnought that's going faster than 18 knots is sacrificing something fairly significant. I'm tempted to say almost some of the semi dreadnoughts, because obviously they have 18 knots ish, and by the time of the semi dreadnoughts they've put the armor belt back up on most of them, and they have a decent amount of firepower. Exactly which of the pre-semi dreadnoughts is obviously a bit of an argument. I mean, the Dantons, I would argue, are possibly almost too close to dreadnoughts. So yeah, I'd say that probably, the Radzetskis, the Lord Nelsons, I'd almost go with the American ones, but a lot of the American pre-dreadnoughts have 8-inch and 7-inch secondaries, which kind of puts me off them. The Deutschlands aren't bad, but the 11-inch armament costs them half a point in my book. So I would say basically almost any of the semi-dreadnoughts, you're looking at some really, really well-balanced designs. If you go back before that and you just want, if you like, pure pre-dreadnoughts where you've got a 5.9 or 6-inch-ish secondary battery, again, there's probably 3 or 4 different designs that you could pick from. But that's not really surprising, considering just how many pre-dreadnoughts had been built by the early 1900s. Classic Cornate says, if everything in ABDA Command plus Forced and its carrier are concentrated in one area pre-war, I'm presuming this means pre-Pacific War, how do the Japanese beat it? Probably by bringing the Kita Butai. Because even if you put Prince of Wales, Repulse, their escorts, all of ABDA Command in one place, if you've still only got the one carrier, whichever carrier that may be, the Japanese just have a really, really big advantage in being able to bring the Kita Butai to bear and go, hi, 6 fleet carriers worth of aircraft and early war anti-air. I mean, yes, obviously having a carrier with fighters on board is going to help, but there's only so much it can help. So yeah, that would be the way the Japanese beat it. I mean, it would slow the Japanese down because they'd have to kind of suspend offensive operations in that area until they could bring the Kita Butai into play, but the Japanese definitely do have the hammer to do it with. Classic Cornate. So Classic Cornate asked a bunch of super chats. So I'm just assume all these questions are Classic Cornate until I get to the one from John Hart. Congo's. If they have more armor but less speed, are they better? I think that is what it means. So if you gave the Congos more armor and made them slightly slow, would they be better? Yes, absolutely. I mean, you'd have to give them a reasonable amount more armor, maybe a 12-inch belt. But yeah, you could afford to sacrifice a knot or two for that, especially considering that obviously we're operating with hindsight a little bit here, but going into the thing is, obviously the Congos get 2 rebuilds. They get a rebuild that makes them slower, and then they get another rebuild that makes them fast again. But knowing that they have that in their future, if they start off with enough armor to fight, at least protected against their own guns, and then eventually you just have to, give them brand new propulsion systems to get them up to battlecruiser speed or better. That would be far, far better for them. I mean, it's not going to save Kirishima, but almost nothing is going to save Kirishima. But it might make the difference for Hiei, and overall they would just be better ships. If the Congos had a 12-inch armor belt and then the Japanese upgraded them in the interwar period and went into the Second World War saying these are now fast battleships, I would be far more tempted to agree with them. If there's no Washington Naval Treaty, but the World War II sides are historical, is this bad for the Axis? Absolutely, this is bad for the Axis because, well, if you think about it, coming out of World War I, the Italians are broke. So they're not only are they not building ships, but their infrastructure to build ships is suffering during the early to mid part of the interwar period. The Germans are restricted by Versailles until the 30s. So, regardless of the Washington Naval Treaty, they're suffering a massive downturn in their construction capabilities. And the Japanese, much as they would probably like to build up, they're in the process of bankrupting themselves in a naval arms race come the Washington Naval Treaty, and without it, they probably are actually going to bankrupt themselves, which will leave them with a bunch of rather interesting, fairly powerful ships. But by forcing the US and the UK to respond to them, the US and the UK are going to build even more big, powerful ships. Then the Japanese are going to crash out, get a double whammy of the Great Depression, and then have this massive long gap of shipbuilding, so obviously falling behind, whereas the US and Royal Navies are going to be able to go, okay, naval arms race in the early to mid-20s, we've replaced basically everything that doesn't carry 12, 14-inch or 8, 15-inch guns. And we've got a bunch of probably 16 and 18-inch armed ships, a bunch of really nasty battle cruisers that are realistically fast battleships. There'll be a bit of a pause for the Depression, and then they're going to get right back to it in the mid-30s. And some of their older big stuff that's being decommissioned at that point will make some really nice carrier conversions, if nothing else, at which point, the Germans trying to pick up the pieces of their shipbuilding industry and just looking at this monstrous force of, probably 4, 5, 6 dozen battleships and battle cruisers between the Americans and the British. That's a very, very high mountain to climb. Every Imperial Japanese Navy ship of its type is replaced by its Tier 10 World of Warship type, and the Manhattan Project fails. How long does it take for the US to chew through this fleet? Depends when the replacement takes place. If the replacement takes place at the beginning of the Pacific War, so you've got Hakuryus as the carrier arm and Yamatos for the entire battle fleet. Well, I mean, Coral Sea is going to be interesting. I think it depends if the Hakuryus come with their Tier 10 World of Warships air group or not. Or are they, you get the ship, but you still have the 1941-42 air groups. Because, I mean, the weird thing is Coral Sea probably doesn't go hugely differently if the Japanese have their historical air groups, but just the bigger and better ships. Midway also, I mean, the main thing with Midway is that a Hakuryu type hull Soryu can send a much bigger, much nastier air counterattack. The fact that they're all a bunch of Hakuryus isn't going to save them from the circumstances of Midway. They're still getting dive bombed. And the 1,000-pounders will still do quite a number on them. But the counterstrike that goes after Yorktown might be big enough potentially to go after Enterprise and Hornet if they know where it is. But I think where it's really going to start, where it's really going to start showing itself is that with that much bigger air group and with the protection it's got, the not Hiryu might survive. And also then when you get into the Guadalcanal campaign, that's where the Japanese start to deploy things like Hio and Junyo and the light carriers. And given that there isn't a light carrier line, if all of those are now Hakuryu types, you start to get a bit dicey. The capital ships, the battleships and everything actually is probably more of a curse for the Japanese, because if all of their battleships are replaced by Yamatos, they're going to have a huge fuel consumption problem. I mean, they're going to have something of a fuel consumption problem if all their carriers are Hakuryus, but that is manageable. If you've got, a dozen Yamatos floating around, you're going to have to be very, very restrictive about who goes where with their fuel. The Judge YT says, Hakuryu has an armored deck. Is that not going to change Midway? If I'm remembering the thickness of the Hakuryu's proposed armored deck, it's not... I don't think it's going to substantially change Midway, because I think the 1,000-pounders still have the capability of blasting through the decks or hitting the decks hard enough to have a lot of hot shrapnel spilling into the hangars. Either way, bunch of aircraft being fueled up, ready to go inside the hangars. Up they go in the lighters. And classic one, it also says how to fix Hosh. Don't build Hosh. I mean, so seriously, there are two ways you could kind of look at it in terms of Hosh and go, okay, this is how we're going to fix it. Firstly, is to note that Hosh is a one-off because of technological developments where the French just go, hang on a minute. Whoa. Our existing designs aren't going to work. We need to rework them. And Hosh is kind of like a halfway house in that regard. A bit like Hood is in a way. You know, Hood starts off as one thing, then they go, oh, hang on, we've got to rework the design. Hood is a partially reworked design, and then the Admirals were going to be the fully reworked design. Hosh is that. You know, she is succeeded by somewhat more reworked ships. So, step one to fixing Hosh, the basic one would just be hold off on building her until the revised design is complete. Then she is in a slightly better place. If you want to fix Hosh completely, i.e. address any number of issues in French warship construction, I mean, as I said in sort of much more detail in the video on why French pre-dreadnoughts look the way they did, the tumble home and the resultant lack of upper work space, which is why you get that massive upper superstructure and everything, it's all tied into how the French think their armour should be laid out, how they think their battle strategy should be laid out. And at that point, if you're applying... See, the problem is if you're going to apply any fix to any particular aspect, you end up completely redesigning the ship to come up with a more conventional pre-dreadnought. Because if you go, okay, I don't like the diamond layout of the guns, but I want twin turrets at either end. Well, okay, you've invented the standard pre-dreadnought, but you can't fit twin turrets at either end with the extreme tumble home. That's the word. Yes, I'm getting tired. You can't fit the extreme tumble home, so you have to widen the ship out. And also the tumble home is partly there to allow those wing turrets to fire end on. And if they're not there, you've got less excuse to keep the tumble home. So then you've widened out the tumble home. If you've widened out the tumble home, you don't need as much upper work superstructure. You've got more hull space to accommodate crew and stuff, and you're back to the standard pre-dreadnought. And basically anything that you do to fix the general layout of Hosh, you end up with a standard pre-dreadnought. So yeah, the two ways of fixing Hosh are either just to make it marginally better or just, well, basically advance French pre-dreadnought design by about a decade. Right, so and now we're on to John Hart's super chat. In the timeline that the channel covers, is there a battle that never historically took place but which the Royal Navy wished it had, i.e. a second Jutland or Battle of Texel? Yeah, so battles the Royal Navy absolutely wished had taken place. Obviously a second Jutland in 1918. If the High Seas Fleet had agreed to come out rather than mutiny, something like that, they definitely would have liked that to have occurred. In World War II, the big battle they thought was going to take place at the start of the Norwegian campaign, when they deployed the full strength of the home fleet to what they thought was a Kriegsmarine or attempted breakout into the North Atlantic. You know, either if the Kriegsmarine had actually done so, or if word that it's actually an invasion, a set of invasion forces and where they were had gotten to them sooner, the Royal Navy absolutely would have loved that. Good opportunity to A, wipe out a good chunk of the Kriegsmarine, and B, wipe out a good chunk of the Norwegian invasion forces at the same time. Other battles they absolutely probably wished happened. I mean, towards like sort of the latter stages of the Mediterranean campaign, they really, really wanted the Regia Mariner to come out. You know, Operation Torch, and then the Sicily and Salerno landings, Anzio, etc. At that point, yes, they had big guard forces against it, but at that point, I think the Royal Navy really, really, really was hoping the Regia Mariner would come out and they could settle it. You know, settle their differences at sea. Yeah, I think that's for the 20th century. That's probably about it. I mean, any number of Royal Navy commanders in the latter stages of the Napoleonic Wars were probably wishing that the French would bring out all their rebuilt battle fleet and have another Trafalgar in, 1812, 1814, 1815, something like that. Yeah. Back to Glacé Cornate. What if he says you get many what if the Japanese or the Italians rolled natural 20s, but what if the Allies rolled natural 20s? Well, I mean, obviously they win harder, but I mean, there's any number of things where you could say natural 20s rolled. What if there was somewhat better command and coordination during the action off Lofoten, or in the run-up to the action off Lofoten? So instead of the historical action that we get, Repulse shows up to join up with Renown, and they end up covering the mine-laying force, and then the mine-laying destroyers plus Renown and Repulse run into the German destroyers coming up to invade Narvik, obviously flatten the German destroyers like, very badly abused tin cans, and then Renown and Repulse sail out and run into Scharnhorst and Gneisenau coming in to try and cover the poor old Narvik invasion force. And I mean, okay, action off Lofoten modified version, you're probably not going to get both of them. But between Renown and Repulse, A, the Germans are more likely to retreat sooner, and B, with that many shells coming in, you might get a lucky hit that could slow one of them down. Or just inflict enough damage that they have to withdraw for repairs that last longer, which would then maybe save Glorious, because they might not be out at that point. I mean, that's one natural 20. Another natural 20 would be they don't lose contact. Suffolk and Norfolk don't lose contact with Bismarck and Prince Eugen the day before the Battle of the Denmark Strait. So they keep reporting. Wake Walker keeps reporting where the Germans are, and you get the night action. So instead of having the daytime action, you get Prince of Wales and Hood barrel in under cover of night with half a dozen destroyers engaging Bismarck and Prince Eugen at close range, probably with Norfolk and Suffolk coming up in support. That's going to end the German Operation Rheinebunk pretty darn quickly. Natural 20 again for the Allies. What if someone takes that radar report on Hawaii seriously, and the whole base is on alert, fighters in the air, etc. when the Japanese show up for Pearl Harbor? You get all the shock and outrage of the Pearl Harbor attacks, but with hopefully somewhat less dramatic loss of life. There's a lot of potential natural 20s which could have significantly shortened the war. Heck, there's another natural 20 in the night that leads to that's part of the Battle of Matapan. What if Orion follows that tenuous radar contact that it has and ends up finding where the damaged Vittorio Veneto is, and summons Cunningham in to finish them off as much as he's already wiped out most of the Zara class. Classic Hornet also asks a couple of short questions. Does your area get tornadoes? Not normally, but it has gotten a tornado or two in my lifetime. The closest the area that I specifically live in has gotten to a tornado was, because I live in southwest London, on the very edges thereof. The closest we've gotten to a tornado is actually when I was at university in Kingston, which is not too far away from where I live nowadays. We did get hit by, and I personally got hit by the last remnants of a small tornado that touched down in northwest London. Actually made the news, the local news for a day or two, well, national news as well, because that kind of thing doesn't really happen much in London. But obviously we didn't know at the time that there had been a tornado, but we stepped out of a temporary classroom that had been put up for a structure. What were we doing? It wasn't structures engineering. It was our materials engineering module. I think it was in second year. We stepped out of the second floor of this temporary hut, and we were just about to head down the stairs, and then suddenly this blast of swirling wind and icy rain and so forth hit us, and we were like, what the heck was that? Lasted for about 20, 30 seconds and then went away. And we were like, oh, that was weird. And then later on in the day, I checked the news and like, oh, there's a tornado in northwest London. And then checked where it had tracked, and it turned out, yeah, we, by stupid amounts of luck, had basically been hit by the little, obviously at that point it wasn't really a tornado, it was just a kind of semi-invisible, practically invisible actually, apart from the few leaves, swirling vortex of wind that was all that was left of what had been a tornado and was now just a slightly odd wind formation. But yeah, that's the closest I've ever got to being hit by a tornado. I don't know, it'd be like an F.1 or something by that point. But it is barely able to lift up some leaves and a bit of dust off the car park. But there you go. What 40k kit is the worst to put together? Well, I haven't put together every single 40k kit, obviously. 40k specifically, I was going to nominate some of the white metal battleships from Battlefleet Gothic. They're an absolute pain because they love to snap apart, mostly because they're very long and obviously made of white metal, quite heavy. Worst 40k kit that I've ever put together. In terms of frustration, probably an Eldar Farseer I painted up for a friend of mine, but the Farseer model, the original Farseer model was white metal, and then they went and redid it in fine cast. And for anyone who's collected 40k, you'll know exactly where I'm going with this, because the fine cast material they used at the time, if it bent, absolutely good luck straightening it up. And this thing had gotten quite bent in various places, either during its casting or in transit. But by the time I got it, it was basically all, this Farseer was not having a good day. And I tried all, heating it, everything to try and straighten it, and it just would not straighten. And I think in the end, I ended up actually breaking it in at least 3 places by accident while trying to straighten it, and then having to trim and fill and green stuff just to get it. And it still looked a bit wonky, but it looked a lot better than it did fresh out of the box. Other than that I've built probably an original box snort. The back. Yes, I'm old enough to just about remember the white metal dreadnoughts, because those things were so stupidly top heavy that, much as Failbadon the Armless kept losing his arms, flipping dreadnoughts, they'd lose their arms every time they were in transit, and if you so much as looked at them the wrong way, they'd fall off their legs. Will Pat, so basically I go through all the Patreon questions, then I go through the super chats in the order that they were received. So I'm on super chat 14, And for reference, your one is 25, 25th. As I got 11 more questions before we get to yours. And then once I've run out of super chats, then we go into the questions from the general chat. Although I do sometimes grab questions from the general chat if they happen to be relevant to a question where someone's commenting on an answer that I'm giving at the time. John Thomas asks, USS Texas has finalized their agreement with Galveston for berthing. Will you be coming to the reopening? Depends entirely when it is and if the Texas guys want me there. If they're happy to have me there, I will be there, finances allowing, because I think the grand reopening is going to be next year. So hopefully finances allowing. Yeah. I mean, this will be like third or fourth time I'll have been in Texas. So yes, ideally, hopefully. Texas and LaShock asks, I've seen a number of videos about how Starfleet's registry numbers make no sense. Do you agree? And if you'd had Gene's ears, say in the 70s and 80s when the franchise starts to broaden, how would you have done it? For the most part, yeah, I can see a lot of the issues that people have with Starfleet's registry numbers appearing to be a little bit all over the place. But I do have a couple of headcanon explanations. So, yeah, straight up, some ships have NCC numbers that are far too early compared to everything else. Other ships have NCC numbers that are far too late for what they are compared to everything else. But there are a few I think, for me, personal headcanon ways of getting around that. One is that potentially Starfleet orders ships, and there's a certain amount of historical precedence for it, but the historical precedent isn't tied to a registration number, but let's say Starfleet is. So if Starfleet says, okay, we want to build, I don't know, take a random ship, a USS Magellan, let's say. I have no idea if the USS Magellan exists or if it actually has an NCC problem, but let's say for sake of argument that this is the case. If you look at Royal Navy shipbuilding in the 30s and 40s, they want to have a cruiser named Minotaur. They also want to have one called Polyphemus. And that they want to have one like really early in the 30s, but it keeps getting kicked into the next class and the next class and the next class. And eventually you get a Minotaur, which is kind of a sub-variant development on the Fijis towards the end. And of course they were keeping the Minotaur name, thinking about using the Minotaur name for a bit on the twin 6-inch 10-gun ship, the one that's the tier 10 in World of Warships. So the ship, because they kept either curtailing classes or wanting to use different names, the ship kept getting moved down the line. So this could explain how you can end up with a ship that's got an NCC number that is, it seems to be much too early for the ship that it is. So in this case, Starfleet would be going, right, we want to build the USS Magellan, and we are assigning an NCC number, and it's tied to the name USS Magellan. But then, I don't know, let's say they want the Magellan to be a Centaur class. So that's the one you see in Deep Space Nine, which is essentially an Excelsior hull with Excelsior warp nacelle slapped on the bottom, Miranda style. But then they curtail the Centaur class before they actually get round to the Magellan. And they're like, oh, okay, that sucks, but we kind of want a Magellan. Okay, well, we're going to move the Magellan name, and the Magellan's actually now going to be an Ambassador class. But then the Ambassador class gets curtailed before they get round to building the Magellan. It's like, oh, okay, we'll stick the Magellan name on a Nebula class. And maybe now the Nebula class Magellan gets built. But because, let's say, if Starfleet ties the registration number to the name, because it's been kicked down the line twice, you have this NCC number that's actually, the Lost era, Enterprise B era contemporary, but it's now being stuck on a Nebula class starship from the Next Generation era, which looks really weird and out of phase. But it explains why this would have occurred. The other thing and then of course so that explains why you get low numbers with modern ships and high numbers with older ships. That's a little bit harder to explain. I think the closest I would come to that would be maybe that a ship gets really badly mauled to the point that it's essentially a write-off, but there's just enough of it left that maybe it's slightly cheaper to rebuild the ship than it is to build a brand new one. But because it's been so badly mauled, maybe it's been a major casualty event, and maybe it's just, basically a flying wreck. Then maybe Starfleet turns around and goes, well, I think we should probably decommission that name and registration number and say, look, the ship was lost at this point. And because we're going to completely refit and overhaul it and update it, and it's going to essentially be like an 80% new ship anyway, we're going to assign it a brand new brand new name and hull registration. And then you end up with like an Excelsior with a Sovereign era reg number or something like that. Though those would be my headcanons for working with the misplaced reg numbers, and that also works for things like Prometheus or Defiant or the Sovereign class, things that are known to have been ongoing programs in the background. They can have their NCC numbers assigned at some point, but only actually get into service much later on. In terms of overall numbers, because obviously original series you have 1701 for the Enterprise and various sort of high thousands permutations thereof for the other constitutions, except for the one time where they just redid a model kit and had to come up with 1071 because those were the only numbers they had. And then you get to, the TNG era where you have like tens of thousands, apparently, if you go by NCC numbers. There's two ways to look at that. I would say one is that, I think that, you've got the Federation continuing to expand. So as it expands, it needs more ships and it's bringing new ships in. So if you incorporate another, species, maybe even a small empire, you suddenly have to give NCC numbers to all of their ships. And obviously as the Federation expands, their shipbuilding expands, they're going to be building more ships. But the other thing is that in DS9, you have ships like the Danube-class runabouts, and they have NCC numbers. So potentially, if you want to explain the apparently ridiculously high numbers by the Next Generation era, you could just say, okay, well, maybe in the original series era, NCC numbers only went to big ships, the capital ships, if you like, big starships. Whereas by the TNG era, at some point along the line, somebody went, okay, essentially anything that is Starfleet owned and has a warp drive gets an NCC number. So what you're seeing reflected by having NCC 72347 or something, which would seem to indicate there's like 70,000+ ships, most of which are probably still in service. There aren't necessarily 70,000 starships in service. There still might be several thousand or several tens of thousands of starships having been constructed, but a good chunk of all of that is probably going to be runabout size ships, give or take. And that's what's sort of apparent, seemingly potentially artificially inflating the overall registration numbers. Anyway, that's quite a long little diversion off into Star Trek lore. Classic Cornate, if the Japanese sticks to the treaty but the US cheats, throws out London 2 and builds the Montanas, how does World War II go? Honestly, not a lot changes, to be perfectly honest. Because by the time the Montanas are in actual service, the one big battleship action that the Americans actually fight with modern ships, Washington, Hiroshima, has come and gone. And the most the Yamatos do is play flagship and get beaten up a lot by US carrier aircraft, and before that get torpedoed. So Yeah, I mean, the Montanas don't really have that much. I mean, having the Montanas around would be handy. It gives you either a lot of extra shore bombardment capability and or a few really big damage sponges and heavy AA fortresses to stop incoming air attacks. But realistically, swapping, with the US building some Montanas and the Japanese building a couple of 35,000 tonners with 16-inch guns, apart from the details, doesn't really change all that much. Daniel Ortitz asks, do you have any resources or information on Royal Navy White Ensign sizes per ship class for World War I and World War II? You'll need to email me, because I know where I need to find it, but it's going to take a bit more of involved work going through the shelves, because yes, there are standard sizes for Royal Navy White Ensigns for that period, and I do have reference works that will tell me what those are. There will be a little bit of a problem, though, because there is some overlap in the, what counts as a large ensign for a destroyer can also be a smaller ensign on a battleship. But at least you'll know which sizes would be most likely to occur on which classes, because there'll be some sizes that are primarily found on destroyers. And if you've got any of the really stupidly big ones, then you're pretty much only going to find those on the really big ships. Fun side note, actually, battle ensigns, which are really big, the current Queen Elizabeth class carriers are so large that they actually use battle ensigns as their standard ensigns, because a normal ensign actually looks stupidly out of scale on them. Classic Cornet asks, you were giddy about an 1894 battle for it all, but what if everyone goes to war with a German British personal union under Wilhelm II in 1903? I mean, I'd love to see the timeline where Wilhelm II becomes king of the UK. There would have to be a lot of people who died for that to happen. And I mean a lot. I mean, technically, yeah, Wilhelm is technically in line for the throne, but he's a very, very long way down. But anyway, assuming that there's a German-British alliance of some description going on here, if everyone goes to war with them in 1903... I mean, naval-wise, that's a pretty open and shut case. The French don't have much in the way of a navy, in terms of modern pre-dreadnoughts and so forth at that point. It's too early for subs, really, as anything other than harbour defence craft. The Russians have just... Well, actually, no, 1903, the Russians haven't had the stuffing beaten out of them yet. But let's face it, the Russian fleet is in its immediate Russo-Japanese war state. So dealing with them is not going to be a problem. The Japanese have a small fleet. It's relatively modern, but it is also somewhat reliant on Britain, because Britain's designing and building and to a certain extent supporting pretty much all their big ships. So if they decide to declare war on Britain, that's not gonna... They're going to have logistical problems fairly soon. Other than that, I mean, the Italians, the Austro-Hungarians have some ships, but Britain and Germany have the most. The Americans are in the middle of building some quite nice ships as well, but even in 1903, even their big run of pre-dreadnoughts hasn't happened yet. So, yes, you've got fights all over the world, but there's no one area where everybody else could kind of gang up to form a significant challenge to a combined British-German fleet. Because crushing the Russians will be pretty quick and easy. The Mediterranean fleet might struggle if the Austrians, Italians, and the French Mediterranean forces all ganged up together. I mean, the Ottomans could come and play, but that would be a net negative, I think, for the everybody else alliance. But considering that you have to, part of the German fleet can crush the Russian fleet, and you only need part of the British Channel and Atlantic fleet to crush the French Atlantic forces. So you actually have spare German and British ships to go into the Mediterranean. And once you've secured European waters, it's like, well, a relatively small expeditionary force compared to their overall strength can deal with the Japanese. And then you've just got to worry about the Americans, and you've got the strength to do it. It's just getting the deployments over there. Captain Seafort saying Wilhelm would just need to switch to absolute primogeniture as his mother was Victoria's eldest child. Yeah. Daniel Ortiz says, is your email on Patreon? Possibly. I mean, if you're on Patreon, you can just Patreon message me. If not, if you go to my YouTube homepage, so the actual Drakinifil homepage on YouTube, then go to About, there's a contact email on there. It'd be really funny if they switched to absolute primogeniture for some reason in the late 19th century. I mean, we have that now in the UK. But I don't think it would work if someone goes off to become, well, no. I mean, in theory, yeah, it would work even if someone went off to become queen of somewhere else or king of somewhere else, but they wouldn't be allowed to go off and do it in the first place. But there you go. Anyway. 19th. Classic Hornet asks, mimetic slang has a term, a medieval serf would be instantly killed by simply gazing upon it. What is the earliest technology? So I guess in amazement. What is the earliest technology that would do this? I mean, I get where they're coming with the idea, but I don't know. I mean, I can think of a few that would really shock them. Arcdinits. Do the British English say centaur? Yeah, centaur. As in, half man, half horse, also an aircraft carrier. Yeah, centaur. It's certainly not centaur. That's just silly. See, the problem is, it's like, I can see people arguing, oh, yeah, well, if they saw a World War II battleship, they go, oh, my goodness. But on the other hand, if you sat the guy down immediately after the immediate shock and said, look, it's a big metal castle that moves. I mean, they've seen big, the medieval serfs. I mean, in theory, if they've been anywhere near a major settlement, they'll have seen cathedrals and castles. So the idea of a big man-made construction with guns on it is, it's within their realm of focus, I guess. And then saying to them, well, this is yes, you know about ships. This is a big ship, so just imagine it as a long metal castle. They'd be like, I mean, it's impressive, it's really impressive, but you can get your head around it. I think the thing that would give a medieval serf a biggest shock would be scale, because you could take even a medieval serf who's seen one of the really big medieval cities like Constantinople or something like that, and then put them on the edge of, say, the Epsom Downs looking over London, or the LA foothills, presumably when they're not on fire, looking over LA, or Beijing, or any of the other really, really big cities with modern hub centers. The sheer scale of those cities is probably what would do them in, because they'd be looking at, even from even from a nation in the medieval times with a large population, there's a semi-decent chance they'd actually be looking at a single city that not only is just so much larger than anything they've ever seen, with buildings so much larger than they've ever seen, but they'd be also looking at, like, in one view, you're seeing more people than are in your entire kingdom. Fleet of Oceans asks, do you have any memorable battles from Rule the Waves 1, 2, or 3 that really stand out to you in the campaign you played? Battles that made or broke a campaign or war? Yes. So, about my third full playthrough of Rule the Waves 2, I ended up, what was it, the early to mid 30s, I think. And I ended up at war with Germany, me being the British. And I'd just finished decommissioning all of my sort of early World War I era 12-inch, 13-inch capital ships and replaced them with a whole series of new ships that I'd designed. And of course, me being me, I'd designed them all this, all firing all ahead. And I thought I'd been quite cunning because I'd designed basically a sort of Dunkirk Richelieu knockoff as my battle cruiser. So 2 quad turrets super firing with 15-inch guns. And then my battle cruisers, my battleships were kind of Nelson-like, but I'd actually gone with the triple stack super firing so I could get full salvo ahead with 16-inch guns. But they were kind of hovering around 45,000 tons because I'd made them relatively quick and very heavily armored. But I'd also given them quite a few torpedo launchers. But because I was in the middle of replacing my fleet, and as anyone who's played Rule the Waves knows, building big capital ships is quite an expense item. I had 4 battleships and 4 battle cruisers of my new designs and a couple of 13-inch ships, older ships tagging along. Obviously, I had a bunch of escorts and so forth. And I ended up at war with Germany. Random battle developed in the North Sea, which is where my eight modern capital ships got into the fight. And I was a little bit worried because the battle registry suggested that the enemy had 13 capital ships. And Germany at that point had, I think it was 21 or 22 total. So I was like, okay, this could be difficult because, I think I've got better ships, but that is quite a numbers advantage because I wasn't really counting my 2 older ships because they're a bit too slow. And the battle started in the late afternoon and night was falling pretty quickly as I motored along in 2 columns. And then, joy of joys, just as dusk approached, I started to get unknown contacts ahead, redeployed into line abreast, actually. And then, just as night really began to close in, sighted the enemy fleet. The enemy fleet was a little broken up in a line of, kind of in a line of battle, but a little bit of a disjointed one, sailing at about 45 degrees across my front. And yeah, I ripped into them because I was at very close range thanks to the fall of night. I had all my guns obviously able to fire dead ahead, point blank range. And the minute the German fleet, obviously, I was kind of heading northeast, they were heading kind of west. As the battle went on and what was left of the German fleet started to try and flank me, I just started, my ships obviously automatically started firing off torpedo salvos and followed up by destroyers. And by the time I'd turned my ships to port to close in on them even more and also potentially evade any torpedoes they'd been firing, by the time night solidly closed in and it became really hard to find any of them, they were down like 9 ships. And then there was this whole nighttime kerfuffle to actually trying to find each other. Lost a few destroyers and a cruiser blundering into overwhelming enemy forces. But by the time daylight came back up again, the Germans had lost more than half their fleet, and one of my modern battleships had taken a torpedo and had some flooding, and that was it. And that basically broke the German Navy because of their remaining capital ships, I think about 2/3 were elsewhere, and they were scattered and very easily hunted down. And that one battle gave me dominance over the North Sea, and very quickly was able to mop up most of the rest of the German fleet and then start nabbing territories. John Thomas asks, did you see Ryan's take on weak US cruiser bows and if the Isles would suffer likewise, and if so, thoughts? Unfortunately, I haven't seen it yet. It's queued up on my to be, what's it, the watch later list. It's queued up on my watch later list simply because. Sorry, I'm just trying to find my. There we go. The more eagle-eyed amongst you also might have spotted that this stream being done on the 30th is a bit late for July, and the reason for that is basically I've spent most of July with COVID or something very similar to it, which essentially knocked me out of action for a week and a half and then left me with a really nasty cough and a weak voice for another couple of weeks. And just as well I record some of this audio ahead of time. But really this week has been the first week where I've been able to, actually sustain this kind of live stream effort. So because of that, I have a ton of stuff I need to watch on my watch later list, and Ryan's video on US cruiser bows is one of them. But since it's a super chat, I have added it to my list of little takeaway questions from this particular Q&A. Alternate historian Turtle Duck. To build off my question, would the Allies be forced to pull escorts? Like I said, this is about the Indian Ocean. Would the Allies be forced to pull escorts fighting U-boats in the Atlantic to protect shipping in the Indian Ocean and off the west coast, or would they deem the fight in the Atlantic too important? To a certain degree, we can kind of look at what happened when the U-boats and some Japanese subs historically got into the Indian Ocean, which was that initially they tried to do their best with the small number of escorts they had, but they did actually very quickly have to draw in escorts from the Atlantic in order to beef up the patrols in the Indian Ocean. Not many, but on the grand scheme of things, but they did have to draw in some before things got too bad. So if you have the Japanese operating in a much, much heavier role, then yeah, at that point I can definitely see them having to draw in more from the Atlantic, simply because there's a number of critical supply types and a number of critical theaters that the Indian Ocean supplies, particularly going around Africa to supply the Mediterranean fleet. They have to protect those. So even if they have to draw off some escorts from the Atlantic, they would do it. What I can then see them doing potentially is maybe being a little bit more bold in using ultra intelligence to try and improve the killing efficiency of the remaining escorts in the Atlantic. So you risk potentially exposing ultra, but you're risking it to beef up the effectiveness of your escorts to make up for their lesser numbers. For the West Coast, I think the US would just redeploy the ships they had initially. And, I mean, to be fair, you'd get some idea pre-war as well of what's going on. But I think the US has enough fleet destroyers to initially start up a convoy system. I mean, they do have problems starting it up on the East Coast as well. But in the early part of the war, the Pacific's fleet's destroyers might as well be helping on the West Coast as anything else. And by the time you get, like the Guadalcanal campaign and stuff really ramping up, then you probably have early destroyer escorts or something of that ilk taking over on the West Coast. Benjamin Epstein asks, when are we getting a 5-minute guide on Floppy? Floppy the dog. Maybe that might be a good April Fool's for next year. Yeah, you never know. Maybe I might put the April Fools up for a vote on Patreon or something. So you get a 5-minute. that could be one of the options people could vote for. Frank Sposato asks, if Fisher wishes on the monkey paw that every ship in the Royal Navy in World War I can go 30 knots, what needs to happen to make this possible for each ship type in general? I mean, for the latest destroyers, not much. They already can do that. The older destroyers, I mean, some of them are a bit too small, but if you magically replaced the power plants with the newest in power plants, they might get close. But I think some of them are probably too small to actually get the power density in. For cruisers, I mean, for all of them, it would generally be a case, if we're talking about by World War One, small tube boilers definitely available. So first thing the monkey paw does would be every boiler gets replaced by latest top of the line small tube boilers. Then, I mean, that would solve the issue for most of the destroyers. It would push their latest cruisers potentially over the edge. But for a lot of the cruisers, you would need slightly more engineering space, so they might have to sacrifice a gun or two. The battle cruisers, if they've all got oil-fired small tube boilers, the Splendid Cats will probably break 30 knots, just about. The Invincibles and the Indefatigables are going to need a bit more of a boost. Probably a hull extension. Actually, yeah. Since it's magical monkey paw, split them in the middle, extend them, slap a plug in the middle. That contains more machinery, as well as increasing the length to breadth ratio, and also would give you better fields of fire for those en echelon guns. For the battleships, none of them are going to get up to 30 knots purely by updating their propulsion machinery. You're probably going to be getting a 3 to 4 knot increase. At which point, yeah, either a similar solution to the battle cruisers, split them in half, hull plug with more machinery, or at least for the ships that have an amidships turret, drop the amidships turret for more machinery. But I think the hull pluggy idea probably would work better. But yeah, that's it'd be a lot of work. But hey, it's magical monkey's paw. Will Pat asks, the North Carolina had a small immunity zone versus its own 16-inch guns. But what about the 16-inch 50 cal on the Iowa? Or how about the Colorados or the Texas? Do they have any immunity zone versus the 16-inch 50? The Colorados and Texas, practically, no. They don't have an immunity zone versus the 16-inch 50. I mean, theoretically, at extremely long ranges, the angle of fall and might combine with the armor plate on them to give them a certain immunity zone, but that immunity zone is going to be going so far beyond practical engagement ranges that it basically might as well not exist. The North Carolina's immunity zone versus the 16-inch 50s. I think you're either... I don't think you're being quite the same boat as the Colorados and the Texas because of the armor layout. So you might have a very, very small immunity zone at the upper end of practical engagement ranges, but again, it's going to be very marginal if it exists at all. The problem with that is that the 16-inch 50 has a reduced charge setup so that the super heavy shells can mimic the higher ballistic arc of the 16-inch 45s at longer ranges for deck piercing. So there may be a situation where the North Carolina's armor scheme potentially has a small immunity zone against one or the other. But if the Iowas aren't using that whichever setup, then they wouldn't. So yeah, the exact numbers might reveal a very small sliver, but practically speaking, no. Unless, of course, because of course all immunity zones are calculated for the most part, assuming that the two ships are fighting broadside to broadside. The more and more off angle the ships get, the more an immunity zone would start to develop. So, for example, if an Iowa was engaging a North Carolina, or Colorado, or Texas, and it was, say, it was chasing them to catch up with them, let's say, and it was firing at such an angle that the 16-inch 50 shells were coming in at maybe 70 degrees off of perpendicular, as well as dropping in at range, you might start to see an immunity zone developing at that point because of the ridiculous impact angle that would be making. Frank Sposato asks, what is your favourite passage from your book on Belfast? Ooh. I think it comes down to one of two. From an engineering perspective, I really like, even though it's a relatively technical section, I really like the bit which talks about how Belfast dealt with the mine damage, how they basically straightened the ship out. And also, towards the beginning of the book, I'm relatively proud of my comparison and information chart section, where I'm talking about how radar is used, what kinds of radar are used for what things, what the specifications of the guns are. That kind of the technical spec section, I'm relatively proud of that because I think, and tell me if I'm wrong because you guys are the ones reading it, I think that I managed to encapsulate what these various systems, whether they be guns or radar or torpedoes, were for, and what their capabilities were in a relatively compact manner, but one that got across enough information that not only do you know what these things are and what they are supposed to do and what their capabilities are, but where they sit in the grand constellation of ship systems. So that's from a technical side. From a general research side, I think my favorite section is the bit on D-Day, because I actually have a draft, one of the many draft versions of the book that exist on my computer. And one of them was a very technical, almost minute by minute timeline based on. Go away, you stupid machine! I didn't even say compute. No, can't say that word. Otherwise, it'll answer me again. Anyway, it's time. Yeah. Anyway, I had this minute by minute timeline of what Belfast was doing. It kind of like the section earlier in the book where you got the minute by minute breakdown of communications after she's mined, except this is a minute by minute, opens fire, is called into fire here, moves over to here, that kind of thing. And that was all very well. And then while I was going through various oral history recordings of Belfast survivors, Belfast veterans, I just came across this account from one of the sailors, which was just, minutes on end, exactly what Belfast was doing through his eyes on D-Day. And I thought, you know what? I can't do better than that. I can tell someone in dry detail what Belfast logbook said they did. But then there's just a whole nother level to someone just, you sit there and you just listen to 10-15 minutes of them telling you exactly what they saw unfold. And I was like, no, okay, that's going in for the D-Day section. You know, there you can't really do better than that for that kind of book. And yeah, so I think that's kind of I just, in some ways, I wish there'd been that kind of thing for the engagement with Scharnhorst, because weirdly enough, while I found a lot more oral histories about the Battle of the North Cape than I did about D-Day, they were a lot more fragmented. You know, some people saw a limited amount here, some people saw a limited amount there. There wasn't enough to put it all into one grand narrative that actually covered all the details. But D-Day there absolutely was. YouTube Minecraft Watcher says, are questions open yet? Almost. I've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I got about, I would say, 20, 30 minutes of super chats left to go, which will give us about 20 to 30 minutes of regular chat before I have to go to sleep. Or I run out of drink, or I run out of voice. Wilpat asks, you've explained why at Jutland each capital ship targeted its opposite number, but at Tsushima the Japanese targeted the lead Russian battleships and knocked them out one by one. Why the change? Partly sheer numbers. Basically, it's impossible for a line of 24 or plus battleships to target the lead German ship, simply because a line that long, not everybody can actually see the lead German ship. Another problem, rate of fire. At Tsushima, and there was still interference problems at Tsushima, but at Tsushima the rate of fire of ships was relatively low compared to what you'd see at Jutland, and the range being much closer, if, let's say, Mikasa fires a salvo, 5-10 seconds down the line, that salvo is landing. Okay, we know that was our salvo. If Sakishima, I can't pronounce the other one with the A tonight, I'm too tired. So Sakishima then fires her salvo 20 seconds after Mikasa fires. There's no way they're going to get confused because Mikasa's salvo's already landed, and then Sakishima can go, oh, okay, right, cool. That was our salvo, and so on and so forth. But even then, there was some overlap, which caused confusion. At Jutland, well, you kind of see the problem with the Death Rider, the battle cruisers. If everyone's pumping out loads and loads of fire all at once, and you've got the time lag that the extended range of engagement has at Jutland compared to Tsushima, once the shells started landing, you just do not have any idea of, is that our shell, or is that salvo that landed 3 seconds later our shell, or was the salvo that landed 2 seconds earlier, was that our shells? And everyone else is wondering the same thing, and suddenly you're just like, well, our shells might have landed vaguely in the area, but that's all we know. Let's keep killing fish and hope that something is vaguely on target. And the other problem, of course, is that at Jutland, although it's not a perfect broadside versus broadside engagement, it is something of a broadside on broadside engagement. And that means that, and the run to the south is much more of a traditional broadside engagement. And that means that if everyone focuses on one ship, then every other ship in that line has essentially a training exercise for gunnery to hit all of your ships. Whereas at Tsushima, if you cross the enemy T, the majority of the enemy fleet can't really fire on you, so you might as well concentrate on one or two ships, because there's no inherent risk to that of being hit by all the rest of the enemy. Wolfang Division says, thank you for all your work. Thank you very much, Wolfang Division. Nathan Redder says, you say turrets could be swamped. I understand this for casemates, but not for turrets. I thought the barbette was watertight, and if not, why wasn't it? And also, why didn't they place covers over the gun openings? So turrets being swamped can happen for a number of reasons. You can get a little bit of leakage around the barbettes because ultimately they are on roller bearings. But the swamping the turrets is usually through the gun ports at the front. Because yes, you can have blast bags and such on them, but in wartime very often the blast bags just aren't there. And even if they are, if the seas are violent enough that you've got significant amounts of water smashing against the turrets, that's probably also violent enough to burst or tear away the blast bags anyway. Now, you can somewhat deal with this, but the best way of dealing with it is you see this for two reasons. In really rough seas, you tend to see battleships turn their gun turrets around as far as possible, so they're pointing basically over the shoulder. And that's for two reasons. Firstly, stops water coming in through those gun ports, the slots in the front plate that obviously let the guns elevate, for the most part at least. And secondly, it stops water building up in the gun barrels itself. Now, water building up in the gun barrels is not necessarily strictly a problem, because you can just open the gun breech and the water will slosh out, but then you have a bunch of water inside the gun turret, which isn't necessarily what you want, so better just turn things over. They do have tampions and covers to place over the gun ports, over the guns themselves, and as I said, blast bags to seal things up, but that is only really effective against spray and moderate seas. In really, really heavy seas, where you've got like the actual sea coming in, anything of that nature is just going to get destroyed. Harold Grundetschern, I think, maybe. If the Great Depression never happened, but World War II did, how would the large navies of the period look different to how it was in reality in 39-41? You might, and I stress might, see more capital ships come out of it. Because, of course, the Washington Naval Treaty 10-year battleship building holiday was due to expire in the early 1930s. But in part, because of the economic impact of the Great Depression and people wanting to save money, they agreed to a temporary extension on that at First London. If you don't have the Great Depression and they don't need to save quite as much money, well, if you look at, everybody has prepared some fairly hefty designs to construct in the early 30s, because no one went in the late 20s, no one's really thinking, oh, we want to stop the further construction of capital ships. They kind of want to restart it at least a little bit, but then the Great Depression comes along, and I think, that's another opportunity to save money. Without the Great Depression, the freeze on building capital ships ends in the early 30s. So you'll get those early, the Hiraga battleships or battle cruisers for the Japanese, 16A for the British, etc. But I think you would then still see a little bit of a pause, because you'd still be looking at modernization plans for older ships and true fast battleships then being developed as technology develops in the early 30s, and with design experience from those battleships as well. So essentially, I think you'd see ships like Arkansas, some of the R-class, maybe the Congos and the Fusos and so forth, maybe even the New Yorks and the Nevadas. They won't make it through to the Second World War. They will have all been replaced by these new builds in the early 30s. And then the kind of intermediate ships, if you like, so the Pennsylvanias, the New Mexicos, the unmodernized Queen Elizabeths, and maybe the Fusos, if they weren't caught the first time round, and the Issei, they're going to at least be theoretically being replaced by what can, in our contemporary time period, would be the King George V and North Carolina generation, although those ships might then end up being retained when war breaks out. That's the point where fleet had to go. So then we move on to well, we've still got more super chats, but they're ones that I've preserved. So John Thomas asks, in a steampunk alternate timeline, the US Navy puts fission reactors in New York class battleships. How fast could triple expansion engines actually go without shaking apart? I mean, on destroyers, they got over 30 knots with vertical triple expansion engines. It wasn't a pleasant environment, but they managed it. I mean, realistically, it largely depends on how long a hull do you want to build, and how big and solid do you want to make your triple expansion engines. So in a steampunk alternate timeline where the answer to both of those questions is yes, you probably could comfortably exceed 30 knots. I mean, you'd basically have to be wearing almost scuba gear to go into such an engine run with the amount of oil and steam that would be flying about. But you could do it for a while. Early on, the VTEs would shake themselves apart in, probably a few hours. But then as you get into the 1910s and 1920s, or maybe they invent this technique earlier and you get forced lubrication and so forth, you're still going to be going through a fortune in lubricating oil, but you might be able to actually hold the speed for a little bit longer. Caledonia Interactive asks, if the atom bomb was used 4 months early on Yamato during Operation Tengo, how do you think the ships would fare, and would such an attack send the same message to Japan that Hiroshima ultimately did? Okay, so there's two parts there. Would it send the same message to Japan that Hiroshima ultimately did? Probably not, because any reports that the Japanese get are going to be somewhat fragmented and somewhat, easier to dismiss than Hiroshima, and also obviously doesn't involve as great a loss in life. If they're like, oh, well, the enemy used some kind of secret weapon to destroy Yamato, it's like, oh, well, that sucks. We still got a few other things to go before we need to surrender. But in terms of how would the ships fare, I mean, it depends where the thing lands. I mean, if a 20-odd kiloton nuke lands right on top of Yamato or somewhere nearby, it's curtains for Yamato. And, I mean, the escorts are probably not going to be looking in too great a shape anyway, either. But, on the other hand, one of the first atomic bomb drops in peacetime, they painted an entire battleship bright orange, and they managed to miss it by literally a mile. So, yeah, if you and given Yamato's actually moving, it's possible that they could just, if they missed entirely and Yamato goes, well, that was a really unlucky destroyer that got evaporated by that weird bomb halfway to the horizon, and maybe take some superstructure damage. Not a good time to be a 25mm gunner, but then when is it? Then you could, Yamato might just sail on. So realistically, it depends on just how accurate is the bomb, which I suppose could be tied to the delivery method. Some days Yamato could be the Nevada, some days it could be the Arkansas. Pedro Lopez asks, what if Italy realized that they had sunk the British battleships at Alexandria? Okay, well, semantics about whether exactly they were sunk or badly damaged aside. If they realised that Queen Elizabeth and Valiant are out of commission, they might be somewhat more aggressive. But the problem that the Italians have is that there are still other Allied warships out there. I mean, there's aircraft, there's submarines, there's destroyers. If they put a battleship-led formation, ready to go, then yes, the British can't necessarily challenge them up front on the surface in a daylight action. But by this point, you've had Matapan, and the Italians will be and were very well aware of, you don't want to face the British at night, and destroyers and cruisers could get close enough at night to do some serious damage, even to a heavy battleship-led force. And also another lesson from Matapan, something that sometimes people forget, is why Polar was stopped, why Vittorio Veneto was limping off. Random small attacks by swordfish had been able to do that. And thanks to a bunch of somewhat lucky coincidences with Blenheims and so forth, the Italians believed the British were actually far better coordinated with their carrier strikes than they actually were. So, yeah. If they realise that Queen Elizabeth and Valiant are out of action, they may take a somewhat more aggressive approach to attacking convoys in the central Mediterranean, but they're not going to go on grand offensives, going after Force H or trying to go after Alexandria, because there's still a fairly layered threat going on there. Malta, though, might not be in for a very good time. David Stodler asks, did the changes made to Tirpitz post-Bismarck sinking do enough to raise it a letter grade for you? It depends on what mission you're going to put it in. Because some of the changes, like the torpedo launchers, they're more there to help Tirpitz do commerce raiding than anything else, which doesn't really help their cause. But other changes made to Tirpitz, the war goes on, technology advances, it becomes more capable ship. Tirpitz has a far superior radar suite, and that's tied into, obviously, therefore, better results from the fire control system. It gets a much superior light-medium anti-aircraft setup. It gets a heavy AA battery that actually has the same mountings all the way along, and better fire control for that. There are minor changes to other things, like certain areas of armor and so forth. So, Tirpitz at the time of, immediately before her sinking, if we discount the damage done by various bombing raids and X-craft and stuff, her on-paper stats are significantly superior to Bismarck. So, yes, in that respect, it would bump Tirpitz up a grade, maybe even 2, compared to Bismarck's paper stats. But my only sort of word of caution over that is going to be that Tirpitz lived long enough to have those, so you're looking more, not so much at did we change the design of Tirpitz to make it better, it's more a case of we incorporated the new technologies that are being incorporated into almost every battleship at that stage, which enhance its capabilities generally. Look at the anti-aircraft suite of USS North Carolina, for example, in 1941, and then look at it in 1945, and its radar suite for that matter as well. The North Carolina of 1945, between its radar and its AA and so forth, is a much, much more capable ship than the North Carolina of 1941, but it's still the same ship. It wouldn't make it grade better for me, because you'd be comparing 1945 ships with 1945 ships. So theoretically, everyone's got roughly the same levels of upgrades. Of course, historically, that's not actually the case, because some ships, like the Italians, don't get upgrades post 43. Others, like the Japanese, just end up with mountains of pointless 25mm on them. But yeah, Tirpitz, the changes, to cut a long story short, so the actual changes made to the Tirpitz design do make it a slightly better ship than Bismarck, but a good portion of the changes to Tirpitz are changes that Bismarck also would have had she survived, or changes close to that. Mike Lima 777 asks, what if the US and the UK made a deal in the 1930s to coordinate armour production, i.e. they got cruiser armour produced by the US and capital ship armour produced in the UK? That would be quite useful, because obviously capital ships use a lot of armour, but there are relatively few of them being built, whereas cruisers use less armor by tonnage, but by sheer amount, you probably actually end up needing more in terms of, just number of plates produced, because there are so many more cruisers. So I think actually that would work out quite well if the British armor industry basically could just concentrate on building big slabs of capital ship grade armor. They could probably supply the armor demands for both nations. And with the greater industrial capacity of the US, if they're just having to churn out vast swathes of cruiser armor, then yeah, that would actually work out quite well, as long as you don't get a ship full of expensive armor plates sunk on the Atlantic convoy routes. And of course, as has been covered before, US cruiser armor is somewhat better than British cruiser armor, and British battleship armor is somewhat better than American battleship armor. So you're not just matching industrial capacities, you're also matching, who does the best armor for which ship. Spamotron asks, a little bit back, Matt Easton mentioned he was looking to demonstrate armored dagger fighting with someone, and he said you were a possibility. Are you up for it? Yep, absolutely. I have two different sets of medieval armor, and yeah, anytime Matt wants to do an armored dagger fighting demonstration, if I'm around, I'm perfectly happy to have some fun with that. There are probably 3 or 4 of us, as he mentioned, I think, in that video, who could do it. I think I'm geographically the closest, but we'll see. We'll see who's available on the day. Nostromo89 asks, hang on a second. All right. All right. So Classic Connet says you missed super chat just after Fleet left. All right. So before John Thomas, after Harold Grunchan. Let's do a scrolly. I actually missed a couple from Frank Spazzato as well. Okay, well, we'll get those. We're nearly through the super chats in any case. Right. There you go. Classic Cornate. Dogger Bank results in all of the battle cruisers except New Zealand, as well as the Orions, King George V, and Erin being lost. Okay. As Admiral of the Fleet, how do you make Jutland a second Trafalgar? Okay. With difficulty? I mean, that's all. I mean, you've basically... the British will have a few battle cruisers left because not everybody is at Dogger Bank. So it's a difficult one. Because you need a battle cruiser screen. Because basically giving the scouting advantage to the first scouting group, that's not going to work. So in the aftermath of those kind of losses, you have to reconstitute the battle cruiser force with New Zealand, whichever battle cruisers aren't at Dogger Bank, and I think you'd be forced to near permanently second the 5th Battle Squadron as well. Now that actually does build the battle cruiser force up to a force that's powerful enough to fight and win against First Scouting Group. And of course, if Lion's gone down, Beatty's gone down as well, so you might actually get someone competent in charge this time for a change. But if you've lost... well, Audacious has gone down already, so you lose 8 battleships, 8 super dreadnoughts. That... I mean... It evens up the numbers, because of course you can keep Dreadnought in the fleet at that point to mildly try and make up for that. You will have some of the R. You're probably trying to accelerate the R class coming in, because you will have some of them at Jutland anyway, and the QEs can rejoin the battle line once they've done their job and drawn the Germans in. but it's going to be a lot closer of a match. On the one hand, you are going to get a much better result out of first scout, out of the bat run to the south, because the QEs are going to be the core of that, and as I said, you're going to have a better admiral. But if you want to make Jutland a second Trafalgar in that instance... I mean, to be honest, the way it went historically wouldn't necessarily be a bad starting point, because crossing the T is crossing the T. You know, there's enough concentration of firepower that Scheer's not going to want to be there, even if the fleet has been reduced by 8 ships. So then Scheer turns away. Potentially, if they're fighting the QEs all the way up and down, first scouting group might actually be in worse shape. So for a second Trafalgar, actually similar to what we were discussing earlier, you basically would try and run Jutland with a more competent admiral in charge of the battle cruiser force. So Scheer takes more of a pounding when his T is crossed twice, and then you'd have to have Jellicoe randomly believe everything that the Admiralty sends him, or the Admiralty actually pulls their thumb out and sends him proper information, and basically get that engagement the following day. Maybe be a bit more aggressive with the British destroyer units during the first day engagement as well. It could be done. The British do have a fair bit of strategic depth to their fleet. It could be done, but it's going to be very painful, and you would have to play things very carefully. Frank Spazzato asks, what was worse for Spain, Trafalgar or the war with the US? The war with the US. Trafalgar took a big chunk out of their fleet. You know, it was a big blow to their pride, but ultimately, apart from enabling the British to go out and try and steal a few things, thanks to the fact that the majority of the Spanish Empire at that point consisted of this big hefty chunk of land known as Central and South America, they didn't face losing too many of their colonies in the aftermath. So it was a military defeat, big financial hit as well. But as far as their empire and thus their ability to fund a comeback, they didn't lose too much. Whereas the war with the US, at the other end of the 19th century, obviously they're forced to give up. I mean, in the interim, they lose a whole bunch of their empire, but that war actually forces them to give up substantial portions of what's left of their empire, as well as arguably destroying a greater proportion of their overall fleet, partly because it's so much smaller at that stage. Frank Spazzato also asks, how do you build strength into a warship to be able to field battleship caliber guns? And the same for carriers to field heavier aircraft. So for carriers, it's to do with the number, the spacing, and the strength of the beams that make up the support for the ceiling of the hangar, and obviously the base of the flight deck, and what material the flight deck's made of as well. Because obviously if you have thin metal sheeting with some wooden planks on it, to a certain degree, it doesn't matter how thick or dense you make the frames, as long as you're doing something approaching reasonable spacing on them, you could end up with just wheels falling through the gaps when aircraft get really big. So you do actually have to start putting some fairly hefty deck plating on as well, which is one of the, I wouldn't necessarily say secondary reasons, but one of the reasons slightly further down the primary list when it comes to building the Midways as to why they go with an armoured flight deck. It's not just because of the resistive power of an armoured flight deck against incoming munitions. It's also partly because they're anticipating fielding much heavier aircraft, and frankly, you need a deck that's almost as thick as an armoured flight deck just to support the weight of those aircraft, in addition to obviously the beams to carry that flight deck. And if you're going to have to do it, if you're going to have to do that anyway from a structural perspective just to field the aircraft, you might as well just pay that a little bit extra and get the protective value in as well. For battleship caliber guns, it's a mixture of things. So you've got the barbette, which is, of course, anchored deep in the ship and linked into the ship structure. You've got the weight of the barbette and the turret, which obviously serves to, to absorb some of the recoil and weight absorbs recoil, but also there's some very complicated recoil absorption mechanisms that go into the battleship guns themselves. And you kind of, you can see this in some of the more, shall we say, field adaptation versions of battleship guns that are converted into field artillery, where you can't, they still have fairly substantial recoil mechanisms if they've lifted them wholesale out of the battleships. But even then, with the more sort of, as I said, field grade modifications, you sometimes see railway mounted guns. They fire, and part of their recoil absorption is just the entire rail carriage rolling back to, kind of like as if it's a 18th century broadside gun in a ship of the line. On battleships, obviously, you can't do that. So you have these very complicated recoil absorption mechanisms followed by just sheer mass to absorb more of the force. And then that's obviously then strongly linked into the ship to transmit what's left of the energy through. Yeah, I do need to get back to the good old iron brew. The problem is whenever I am going to do a live stream, somehow the last few months events have conspired against me that I end up using up my iron brew between my last shopping trip and the point where I actually do the live stream, which is a little bit annoying, but there you go. John Thomas says, if you're going to do dagger fighting, you need to invite Jill Bear up. Well, that would be up to Matt. Well, this is the thing. It's like when it comes to medieval dagger fighting and medieval stuff in general, as you know, I do HEMA, I do medieval reenactment. I am not ignorant when it comes to how these things go, but and the history and the techniques behind them. But then there's me with a reasonable amount of knowledge, and then there's someone like Matt who's studied it probably more of his life than he hasn't. At which point, he's the one calling the shots at that stage, which actually, to be fair, when it comes to something like that, is something of a relief, because it's just like, yeah, okay, you tell me what to do and I'll do it. And because I know a decent amount about what we're doing, I'm comfortable just getting on with it, which is a really nice place to be, actually. Now, dropping back to Nozduma 89's question, what's the most ridiculous concept ship that World of Warships has added to the game? He says, mine is the Michelangelo, but that's for game mechanics. Ooh, ridiculous concept ships in World of Warships. I think actually both of my candidates would be Russians. So I can't remember exactly. Maybe the Smolensk. There's one of the Russian ships that actually has it was one of the rapid fire cruisers that actually has a gun turret that has guns that are mounted above other guns, which is a very silly idea, to be honest. But the other one is the Admiral, I believe it's the Admiral Ushakov, one of their tier 10s, because that's one of the higher end Project 24 designs, which, they're just lunatically beyond the Soviet Union's capability to produce. Because the thing is, you look at the other concept ships, and You know, things like the République for the French, for example. And it's like, yeah, the French would need to build their infrastructure out yet again, but... or maybe use the Normandy slipway and Drydock. But technically speaking, the French, by World War II, have demonstrated enough technical competence in battleship construction that they could plausibly build it. The same with things like Devastation, Thunderer, Ohio, Georgia, etc. It's like, yes, they are bigger, more heavily armed, etc. in some cases than stuff that was historically done, but they're within the capabilities of those nations' infrastructures, and they're within the capabilities of those nations as far as they've demonstrated competence in building very large ships. The Russians couldn't even build the Sovietsky Soyuzes without having to scrap one of them because all the rivets were bad. So, quite where the Russians were ever going to put together a 100,000-ton plus, mega Yamato style ship without the whole thing just, collapsing into a singularity of terribleness, I genuinely don't know. But it is very funny to see sometimes. Brian Stevens says, you're my #1 historical channel. So happy you can do it for a living. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for your kind donation. It all helps me do this for a living. Duncan M asks, if the Japanese managed to launch a full strike of Val's and Kate's against Somerville's force during the Indian Ocean raid, how much damage do they do? Well, if I wanted to be really nitpicky and say you've specified Val's and Kate's but no zeros, I mean, that's a lot of Val's and Kate's, but if they're completely unescorted, Somerville has enough fighters that if he spots them coming, and as we know from the strike they watched that went off and hit Cornwall and Dorsetshire, they can spot them coming. You could argue that Somerville could launch enough fighters to do not necessarily stop the attack, but certainly work over the Japanese aircraft quite heavily to a degree that they'd regret their decisions. And at the end of the day, the Illustriouses were pretty nifty when it came to dodging bomb strikes and torpedo strikes. So if you wanted to construct a kind of a very positive scenario for the British, then you could argue that Somerville chucks every single fighter he has into the sky. The Japanese, for some bizarre reason, haven't sent any zeros in. So the attacks are broken up, aircraft are shot down, and then the few that get in and start launching patchy torpedo and bomber strikes, and then the Illustriouses start doing torpedo beats, as they did in the Mediterranean, and manage to evade torpedoes, and where they take hits, well, it turns out actually the Val's bombs are pretty pathetic compared to the flight deck of the Illustriouses. And if the carriers occupy most of their attention, you get maybe some damage to the carriers, and that's pretty much it. But that's being incredibly optimistic. More realistically, if the Japanese find Somerville's force and manage to launch a full strike of Val's and Kate's, presumably with zeros in escort, then that's not ending well. There's not in that scenario, the zeros would probably manage to tie up most of the British combat air patrol and fighter force, thus letting large numbers of Val's and Kate's get in their attacks. And while the fact that the Illustriouses and Warspite are very good at dodging is just a matter of historical fact, and they are very durable, and honestly, I really honestly wouldn't worry for the carriers too much about the Val's bombs. In fact, I'd be more worried about the Val's that get near misses than the ones that get hits, because the near misses might start opening up bits of the hull. Whereas strikes on the armoured portions of the carrier's flight deck, it's just going to cool. That's what we built them to resist. Anyway, moving on. What I would be worried about, though, is the Kates. Because there's enough of them, and we're talking early war, so we've still got a lot of experienced Japanese pilots. Regardless of how good the British ships are at dodging, the Kates exist in enough numbers with enough pilots, they can pull off pincer attacks. And, like what happened with Repulse. Repulse was dodging elite Japanese pilots' torpedo strikes all day, right up until they put in, admittedly at that point, an accidental pincer attack, but a pincer attack nonetheless, which was physically impossible to dodge. And, I mean, realistically, the number of cases probably enough. They can sink most of Force A, and even if they get slightly unlucky, or the British get lucky, depending on your point of view, and they only inflict significant damage, it'll still be more than enough to slow the British down enough, with flooded engine rooms and so forth, for them to go back, refuel, rearm, and do it again to finish them off. And on the third hand, if you want to, again, play devil's advocate, just to be difficult, depends when they send off the strike, of course, because you can launch as many strikes as you like, but if you launch one late in the evening and it gets dark, and your spotting was slightly off, which, let's face it, early war it could be, then you might launch a massive strike against some of those forces, but just not find them. And then nothing happens. Right, so we've got 4 more questions at the moment on the Super Chat roster, and then, okay, yeah, we're coming up to midnight, but you know what? As you can probably hear, my voice is beginning to go, but I have a little bit of drink left, so once we get past the Super Chats, I'll take questions from general chat, basically, until either the drink runs out or my voice runs out, or both. Nonetheless, Joel Hoover, how do you think Operation Downfall would have gone for the US Navy? Painful, but they could have pulled it off. Because, of course, the US Navy is constantly evolving tactics. Admiral Lee is, in the last stages of his life and the last stages of the historical war, he's back at home developing new anti-kamikaze tactics. So, Operation Downfall, you would have had the British Pacific Fleet, you would have had the US Fast Carrier Task Force, they would have had new upgraded anti-aircraft systems, pretty much complete air dominance in terms of fighters, plenty of reinforcements to rotate in, and a lot of advantages. The thing the Japanese would have had is huge numbers of kamikazes, not just in terms of regular aircraft, but obviously Okas, kamikaze boats. They're hiding and preparing to launch things out of caves rather than airfields, so suppression of these operations would be a bit harder. But they are also they would be flying into the air cover and anti-aircraft gun cover of the largest fleet the planet had ever seen. So it would have been a bit of a grind, and there would have been a fair bit of attrition and a fair number of casualties, especially if an Oka or two got through to a US carrier. But ultimately, I think the US Navy would have won out the day. They had the doctrine, they had the training, they had the numbers, and they had the technology. It just would have cost them to do it. Duncan M., if the US commits both Enterprise and Saratoga to Wake Island in December 41 and don't back out, how does the resulting battle with Carrier Division 2 go? Very much depends on who spots who. I mean, this is kind of the thing for most of the carrier battles, but especially at the beginning of the war. I mean, Enterprise and Saratoga's air groups, obviously particularly the Dauntlesses, they have more than the capability of destroying Carrier Division 2 outright. But the Carrier Division 2 equally, between the Vals and Kates, has the capability of destroying Enterprise and Saratoga. So it's largely going to depend on, is each side aware that the other is there? And even if they are aware, who gets the spot off first? The US does have a slight disadvantage in that if both sides spot each other at roughly the same time, Carrier Division 2 is much more likely to get an organised strike up in the air and on its way to target before the US, because this early in the war they're going to be doing full deck loads, so it's going to take them much longer to get their strikes airborne. But yeah, it's going to come down to that kind of who's aware of who gets the first spot, because if some, say, US recon aircraft or someone on, or a submarine or something goes, hey, there's a couple of Japanese carriers out here, and the Japanese don't know Enterprise and Saratoga are coming, so they can basically set up their full air groups. They come in and they appear out of nowhere. Well, the Japanese are going to get wiped. Conversely, if the US doesn't know that Carrier Division 2 is there, or they don't get warning to Enterprise and Saratoga in time, and a wandering Japanese aircraft goes, that's odd. I didn't know the US had 2 carriers in the air. Better report that home. And suddenly out of nowhere, Vals and Kates appear. It could be the complete other way around. David Stotler asks, which ship would you rank higher on paper as a design or personal preference post-war? Jean Bart or Vanguard? Ooh. In terms of proven capabilities as a battleship, i.e. ability to shoot other big things and make them explode, at least in training, Vanguard would be a slightly superior ship. In terms, Vanguard's bigger as well, displacement-wise. See, the problem is that post-war, both ships spend a good amount of time on not minimal crew, but less than full crew. So, for example, Jean Bart spends a lot of time with only 1 turret manned. Vanguard spends a lot of time with 1 or 2 of her turrets unmanned. I kind of like Jean Bart's anti-aircraft suite somewhat more, to be perfectly honest. I like Vanguard's hull design somewhat more, but Vanguard also doesn't have the magical French boilers. So, yeah. I think for a straight-up ship versus ship engagement, I would prefer Vanguard, because I think she has better demonstrated battleship gun-firing capability, again, even if it is only in tests. But for air defense, for the bulk of their post-war existence, I might actually prefer Jean Bart, because Vanguard does have those really nice radar-directed Sec 2-pull 40mm Bofors, but it does start losing a fair number of them as time goes on, whereas Jean Bart gets that massive coverage of medium AA guns aft, which is just quite nice. Gunfox. If you had to come up with a new heavy cruiser, what hull would you use? It has to have 3 triple turrets for shore support. What armor and other weapon systems would it have, and how fast could you get it? I presume we're talking about the modern era? So I'm just going to look for Gunfox's reply in the chat. Jackson Green saying, when is your next video about Admiral Cunningham coming out? Ideally, next month. Got the script written up. I've got it scheduled. So, yeah. Yeah, so I'm just going to look out for Gunfox's clarification. Does he mean World War... Do you mean interwar period, World War II, today? John Thomas asks, were the Japanese fooled by changing the fleet designation when Halsey and Spruance switched out command? From what I can tell, not hugely. There's some indication that initially the switch from 3rd to 5th and 5th to 3rd might have had some small amount of complication for the Japanese, but I from what I've read, they pretty quickly realized it's the same fleet with different commanders, and it didn't fool them for long, if at all. Gunfox saying, yes, modern. Okay, so a modern heavy cruiser. Oh, a modern heavy cruiser. What hull would I use for it? The problem is, what displacement is the thing going to be? Because considering that modern destroyers are tipping the scales at, in some cases, at or above the displacement of a lot of World War II heavy cruisers, if you're going to come up with a heavy cruiser, then proportionally you're going to need something that's in the 20 to 25,000 ton range, possibly more. So, I mean, the only existing warship hull in that range is a Kirov. But the Kirov's a bit of an old school ship nowadays. So I think you would have to use a new design hull. I don't think there's anything currently around in service that would be of the size that you would need. If I need 3 triple turrets for shore support, caliber-wise, I mean, I'd probably go with 6-inch. 5 or 6-inch. Because the thing is, there are lots of naval 5-inch guns around. And the thing is, obviously, the modern ones are auto-loading, and that takes up a lot more volume than manually loading. So, yeah. I mean, there's AGS, but yeah, less said about that, the better. So, yeah, I'd probably actually go with 555s, because a modern 5-inch gun can reach out a heck of a lot longer. And also has a useful dual purpose as a heavy anti-aircraft gun for taking out drones and so forth. So, yeah. If I have to have 3 triple turrets, then yeah, 3 triple 5-inch. And I mean, with all the autoloader systems and everything, they're going to be fairly substantial turrets anyway. What armor and other weapon systems would I get, and how fast could I get it? I mean, how fast could it be built? It depends. If the nation in question is actually serious about building it, or are we going to go down the standard modern route of 15 billion consultations and design paradigms and, feeding the mysterious politician repayment complex? Because if we're going down that route, it's going to take 15 years. If we're going to go down no, we actually need this route, like now, the longest lead item is going to be these 555-inch turrets, because that's going to be a whole new design. Other than that, the rest of it, I think, if you were putting the pedal to the metal, you could probably get the design done in a year or two. Because other than the guns, you'd be using a lot of pre-existing systems. And then construction, commissioning, I think probably 5 to 7 years from first design to in commission. Now, as for the other systems, I mean, and not just because I love the all-forward design, but especially in the modern era, I would put all 3 turrets in a cluster forward of the bridge. Probably Nelson style. Because you're going to have to keep a certain area around them clear for blast effects, and if you have them fore and aft, then that's going to occupy huge amounts of deck space. So, other than that, probably a nice VLS missile cluster amidships, and then another one aft of the superstructure. But the one that's after the superstructure, I would probably have strips of cells down the side, because I'm going to need access to a hangar for the flight deck at the back for my helicopters or drones, I suppose. And then down the side of the ship, either adjacent to the aft superstructure or the bridge superstructure, possibly both, you're going to need your CIWS systems. And so depending on who you're building it for, these days I would have a modern CIWS that either consists of rapid-fire 57mm guns or twin rapid-fire 40mm guns, or if you're building it for the UK, Dragonfire lasers. So yeah, and big flat panel array radars on the forward superstructure. That would be pretty much it. Yeah, ASW is mostly being done by helicopters and drones, I think. The Judge YT says it's a year or two to build a new Burke destroyer. Yeah, the problem is with this heavy cruiser, we're talking about something that's probably 2.5 to 3 times the size of a Burke, displacement-wise, and it's a brand new thing. The Burke is kind of almost factory production at this point. They know how to do it. I would say construction-wise, you could probably get it in from keel laying to commission in about 3 years. The variable is going to be, the two big variables are going to be how quickly can you get someone to design a triple 5-inch turret with modern auto loading, and how long is the actual design of all of this going to take. How fast would it go? Probably 31, 32 knots. Right. Echo Mage 1215 asks, if HMS Hood survives her clash with Bismarck, gets refitted in the US, and need to get leased to the US after Pearl Harbor, how would she perform? Probably coming out of refit in early 42. I mean, she's going to be running as a fast carrier escort for probably a good chunk of 42. The interesting thing would be, where would they deploy her? See, because I don't think she'd be at Coral Sea. I think they would, if they're going to run her with anything at that time period, they'd probably run her with Enterprise and Hornet as an extra backup, just in case they run into something off the Japanese coast. She would be at Midway as a fast carrier escort. The interesting is, at that point, if she's been refitted with 5-inch 38s and so forth, she might save Yorktown. Because, you know, you could probably see the logic of someone going, okay, well, Hornet and Enterprise are together, so they've both got combat air patrols, so they've got the stronger air defense compared to Yorktown on her own. So we'll stick Hood with Yorktown as additional AA. Now, of course, we are still talking early war AA, no proximity fuses, etc. But all Hood needs to do is break up some of the air attacks and maybe attract a few bombs and torpedoes in her direction, and that might be enough to save Yorktown. Because the other interesting thing is, if she's still operating with the US by late 42 and she wanders along with with Washington and South Dakota and helps club Kirishima to death. So there's that. And then, I mean, past that, she's going to be just another fast battleship doing the anti-aircraft gunline thing with a lot of deck space to put light and medium AA on. Frank Spazzato says, referencing the engineer question from the Drydock, there was a man on Enterprise at the Battle of Eastern Solomons who invented a longer breathing lung equipment, I guess you mean breathing apparatus, with a long lifespan. He used to save the ship by reaching faraway places that were damaged, with a Geordie LaForge type personality and engineering. Yeah, thank you for that information. I shall file that away for the potential future video. Right, so we've got a little bit of drink left, so let's keep going. And so I'm taking chat questions from just after Gunfox's super chat. So you've got Gunfox's super chat, then Jackson Green, then Bismuth 77. So if your question is after that, I'll try and answer it. If your question came before that, then, and you really want it answered, then maybe try putting it in the later chat. But do bear in mind, I am actually legitimately beginning to lose my voice, and I don't have that much drink left. And it is midnight. Grantieri asks, hey Drac, without elaborating, are you a small cruiser or big destroyer type of guy? I'm fairly sure this is something to do with Azure Lane, but I'm going to claim ignorance and say purely on a ship design basis, probably a small cruiser type of guy, because big French super destroyers are not so practical. Yosemite Sam 07 asks, when did museum ships start to become a thing? They drift in and out of being a thing. That's the fun thing. So I mean, the literal ship of Theseus, the Argo, is technically, you could technically argue, is the world's first museum ship, because hey, they kept it around for everybody to look at for a while. The Golden Hind is another very early museum ship after her round the world voyage. They kept her in London until she rotted out. So The occasional ship that gets very famous and does something very outstanding does get brought back as a museum, or brought in as a museum ship. But, as I said, things tend to come and go, because especially in the age of sail, by the time you've wrung every last useful bit of operational life out of a ship, it's going to be like 40, 50 years old and probably badly rotted through, at which point it's not really worth saving. And then you have kind of in the 19th century, although it's not museum ships, you do have people being shown around at this old famous ship, but it technically still has some use. So you have things like Victory and Constitution, which obviously are still surviving as museum ships. In the 19th century, they're not so much museum ships, but the Navy's keeping them around well past their sell-by date for, historical reasons, but they are still also putting them to use as a station flagship or an accommodation vessel or something. The drive to actually preserve ships specifically as museums of historical importance, I think really only kicks off in the early 20th century and gradually develops through the 20th century to the point we are at, obviously now in the 21st. Aaron M. says, for US Navy, US Marines Corps school ties, if you look up the V12 program for the historic ties and something called NROTC, is that Naval Reserve Officer Training Corps for current ties? Mars McCaskill, greetings from Canim Lake in British Columbia in Canada. King George World of Warships asks, do fast battleships have more in common in their design lineage with battle cruisers than dreadnoughts? Their length to beam ratio and power density are things which seem to make the case for this. I think it depends very much on which nation's design lineage you're looking at. Because there are kind of, there's lots of ways to get to fast battleships, but there's kind of two main ways. One of which is to go, okay, we have a battle cruiser. We have something that's fast and relatively well armed, and now taking advantage of modern technology, like smaller, more compact, or more powerful power plants and things like that, we're going to use some of that weight to make it better armored to the point it enters battleship armor territory. But then the other way is, hey, we've got a battleship. It carries lots of and or big guns. It carries big slabs of armor. And now we're going to take advantage of the greater power density of propulsion systems and shove more power into a battleship, thus making it faster. Thus you end up with a fast battleship. So in both cases, you end up with something that's roughly speaking in the same ballpark of speed, protection, and firepower, but you've arrived at it from two very different ways. I personally would argue that certainly the Japanese fast battleship designs of the 1920s, I think probably owe more to the battlecruiser lineage than the battleship one. The King George V's... See, the weird thing is with the King George V's and then Vanguard, initially the British designate King George V as a battlecruiser purely because it's faster than 25 knots, but that's very arbitrary. They do very quickly decide they're actually battleships, but Vanguard is listed for quite a while in her design as the fully armoured battlecruiser, which, given her armament relative to the King George V and also relative to the Lions, which she's supposed to be being built alongside, kind of makes sense. The US one's a bit more difficult because you have the last minute 16-inch swap. Because if you were to look at the North Carolina's stats as built, you'd think that maybe she comes from a battlecruiser design lineage because she's a little short on the armor compared to the armament. But in actual fact, if you look at her as she was supposed to be built with 14-inch guns, she's actually far more reflective of US battleship design thoughts, just with, more power plant because better power has come along. And then the South Dakota is limited by treaty and so forth. So yeah, the US I think wanders back and forth a little bit, not helped by the fact obviously they never actually built a battle cruiser. So they had plenty of designs for a design lineage. They actually had a lot of designs they drew up over time, but never actually got around to physically finishing one. Frank Sposati says, is there a picture of a British vessel in dry dock you'd ever like to use for a thumbnail? There's a few I'd like to use. One of the problems I've come across, though, and I mean, this applies generally to a lot of photos of ships in dry dock, but this seems weirdly even more so with the British, is that a lot of photos of ships in dry dock are either taken in portrait or in like 4x3, or they've been trimmed down to something like that, which actually makes them somewhat difficult to use as a thumbnail, because obviously YouTube works in 16:9, and there are ways of getting shots of ships in dry dock at 16:9 or something close to it, something that can be trimmed to that, but they involve very specific angles, and an awful lot of dry dock photos tend to be looking at a ship from either directly bow on or stern on or near to it. The kind of shots you'd want would tend to be they'd have to be taken from cranes, like partway down the sides of the ship, and they tend to be somewhat rarer. Kudzin asks, will you be going to the Maritime Museum of Kobe University when you're visiting museums in Kobe? You'd have to ask Dr. Clark, because he's finalizing the schedule for the Japan trip. But I mean, if there's a maritime museum in Japan, there's a very good chance Dr. Clark has tried to get us in there. Also, there is I think the preliminary schedule on my website, so I think maybe it's on that. But yeah, more details to come. The Judge YT says the Ticonderoga is almost 10,000 tons. Yeah, well, one, the Ticonderoga is a 40-plus-year-old design, and two, it's notionally a cruiser, but realistically, the Ticonderoga is a destroyer hull with some somewhat additional superstructure slapped onto it, as opposed to a true cruiser. Now, Brian Savage says, I think the overall change in overall tactics would be a hint in the change of command from 3rd to 5th and 5th to 3rd. I mean, yeah, but well before whether it be 3rd or 5th Fleet hit the Japanese, which obviously, they had to do a little bit of reorg for, there was enough traffic. I mean, yeah, the Japanese don't crack the high-end US fleet codes, but there's plenty of lower-end stuff and even open-air stuff that the Japanese can and do read, which will give them a hint that something's going on. The Japanese have a reasonable grasp on the overall measures taken in the US fleet and who is in command. I mean, a lot of their tactics are somewhat predicated specifically around who is in command of the US fleet and how are they going to react if we do this. Which obviously nearly works for them at Leyte Gulf. The single biggest problem with the Japanese tactics at Leyte Gulf isn't that they don't tailor their tactics to Halsey. They tailor their tactics to Halsey exceptionally well. Their single biggest problem is that the big decoy force under Ozawa that's meant to draw off Halsey, the one bit they actually want to get spotted is the last bit of the Japanese force to get spotted. They somehow don't make it obvious enough that this carrier force is there. So, yeah, when your decoy force turns out to be accidentally the sneakiest of your ships, of your fleet, well, what can you do? Kudzin also asked, did you get permission to film at the Etajima Naval History Museum across the bay from Kure? Again, Dr. Clark is managing all the permissions for the Japan trip, so it's probably better to ask him. He has, in revenge for having to organise all of this, told me that when we do a ship-shape tour of the States, I'm going to have to organise it all. At which point I'm now trying to think of counter-revenge tactics of, do I take the shipshape crew to a bunch of the museum ships I've already been to, where I know most of the people there in terms of the curators and crew, so I'm going to have a kind of almost a home field advantage. Or do I take them all to ships that I haven't been to in the States, where none of us have, well, I've probably met a bunch of the curators in Hinsa meetings and so forth, but I don't have quite as much of a home field advantage as if, say, I turned up on the Salem or the New Jersey. David Austin asks, for the modern heavy cruiser with autoloaders, would you need triple turrets? Probably not, but the question said I had to have them. Aaron M says Thunderchild is real. Yeah. Yes, in fact, I will grab the model since we're nearing the end of the stream. Come on. There you go. So yeah, I don't know how much of this you're going to get with the glare on the case, because obviously even my transmissions are somewhat delayed. So I'll hold it up here. Probably get some weird echo effects. I need to be higher. Okay, there we go. So yeah, this is a rather wonderful scale model of my interpretation of Thunderchild, made by the I just saw you can get the ring. You get the ring light in there. Made by the rather excellent Jerry Westenberg, who you will have seen. I did a video all about his models. That ring light is incredibly annoying. Okay, I'm going to put this down because I'm going to put this back because that ring light is really, really stupid. Definitely need to work on a better lighting setup in here. Valentine Comet. Would it be possible to salvage HMS Raleigh when she was wrecked in 1922? What made her refloat in 1926 impossible? And what role would she have in World War II if she was salvaged but given to the Canadians? If she was somehow salvaged, probably similar to the other Effingham class, second line duties, for the most part. But was it possible to salvage her? I mean, they tried, but realistically, it's not going to be possible to salvage her. Because remember, at the time, she was pretty new. So they had a lot of motivation to try and salvage her. But ultimately, she had a lot of damage. She was partly over on her side, and she was well up into shallow waters. So basically, the only way you were going to get her back off of those things would have been to maybe show up with a couple of battleships and physically haul her off, at which point she would have just sunk like a stone. And any patching you did to try and prevent that, the act of hauling her off where she'd gone aground would have ripped her hull open again, and she would have sunk like a stone. Yeah, there's a reason they ended up just deciding to blow her up. Kudzin says, did you look up Japanese business practice for your trip? Suit and tie, business card, polite 10-degree bow and a nod, and a small, inexpensive edible gift. I actually did look up most of that. I'm not quite sure how that's going to work with Japanese customs and importation laws. Like, how many packets of Haribo can I smuggle into Japan? I might have to try and find stuff in Japan that's actually suitable. My two big worries at this point is I'm not worried about suit and tie. Suit and tie I can do. I'm used to that. although I really don't like wearing ties. Maybe I can get some clip-on ones. But I'm a bit worried about how warm is it going to be. Because I can do suit and tie, but I don't like walking around all day in a suit and tie. So if the weather's going to be relatively mild, I'll be okay. If the weather's going to be warm, I may be in trouble. And of course, the other problem is not being used to bowing. Trying to work out exactly what is and is not a 10-degree bow is going to be a bit difficult. I may end up overdoing it or underdoing it, but I suppose overdoing it is probably somewhat better than underdoing it. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what was the best example in the Age of Sail of size doesn't matter? For example, a frigate or two versus a second rate and they somehow won. Well, you've got Indefatigable and Amazon versus Droit de l'Homme, although that was helped by Storm. Probably in terms of overall firepower differences, probably the single best example of size doesn't matter is HMS Speedy versus El Gamo. Spoiler alert, there's a video coming next month, probably, on that particular encounter, led, of course, by Admiral Cochrane. Harvier123 says, do you have or know of any reading lists or book recommendations for an introduction into naval warfare or history? There's a couple of reading lists. I mean, there's a reading list I've got on the USNI website, and there's a list on Amazon, which I think is linked in the video description of all my videos, which I probably should update because I haven't updated it in a while. But I mean, it depends what period of naval warfare or history you want to really look into. But if you're interested in sort of, I'll say generic, like your standard 20th century naval warfare to get going at first, then I would probably recommend the first book, extensive naval history book that I got, which I still enjoy, which is the Imperial War Museum Book of the War at Sea by Julian Thompson, because that is essentially, obviously from a Royal Navy perspective, but it's the story of World War II told in a relatively abbreviated form, but mostly through the perspective of sailors who are recounting their experiences later on. So you get kind of a sailor's eye view of what happened in the war, rather than just, this happened and this happened and this happened and also this. And as an intro, I think it's a very good book. AR asks, if the Second London Naval Treaty didn't drop gun caliber to 14-inch, would the King George V have been able to have 9 15-inch guns, or would they have had to drop to 8 guns in order to raise the armoured decker level as historically? It's a good question. I think they could have made 9 15-inch guns work. Yeah. Yeah, I think they probably could have got 9 15-inch guns to work. It will be pushing the limits, but it would be possible. Megascrow asks, will you be joining Dr. Clark's Imperial Iron Brewing Company in Pirates of the Burning Sea? If I ever have the time, then sure. But between preparing for the Japan trip, making all these videos, and being the father to a very smart and active young daughter, my gaming time is limited these days, shockingly. Although I do still get some. Mini Drac really likes watching me play naval games, actually. When things explode, she's very enthralled. Which is good, because it means she's inherited the family pyromania, which is bodes well for the future. Fliuk, would the Lexingtons have built as battle cruisers have served better for the US Navy in the early war? No. Lexingtons built as battle cruisers would be useful for the US Navy as fast carrier escorts, but if they were retained, then you don't have Lexington and Saratoga. And Lexington and Saratoga as carriers, they're going to do a much better job for the US Navy in the early war. Wolfgang Division says, I missed a super chat from you about Vanguard. Okie dokie. That sounds annoying. I'm going to try a rapid scroll. Okay, unfortunately, the chat only goes back so far. So I do apologize. Please email me or Discord message me, and I will try and fix that problem tomorrow when I wake up. YouTube Minecraft Watcher says, what if the US Army in 1935 decided to replace the Browning in 1919 with an MG-42-esque GPMG? Would it help the American Army and Marines during World War II? No. The MG-42 is many things, but superior to the Browning 1919, I don't think so. And... well, I say this from the slightly odd position for a British person of having actually fired both. And yeah, the MG-42 is fine, it's fun, etc. But boy, does that thing eat ammunition. It's a heavy thing as well, but I mean, so okay, fair enough. So is the Browning 1919. But the simple fact is that a Browning 1919, the 303 one, or no, the 30 cal Browning, with the same amount of ammunition, yes, it's got a slightly lower rate of fire, but you can lay down that rate of fire with that. You can lay down suppressive fire with that ammunition for a lot longer. An MG-42 is, you know, two guys have been following you around for days on end, carrying their own body weight in machine gun belts. You see an enemy and you just go, oh well. Now we're out of ammo. It's very fun to fire for the, like, half a second that you get to fire it. Then Miles McCaskill says, if you get Denmark straight but with a carrier added to the British side, what carrier would be most likely to go? And if you're in command of Hood, Prince of Wales, and a carrier, what would be your strategy? Most likely is Victorious, because, well, she's sitting there in the home fleet with Hood and Prince of Wales. She gets left behind with King George V, partly because she's brand new, and she doesn't have a full air group aboard yet. But, strictly speaking, if they wanted her to go, she could have just gone with them. And if I was in command of that strategy, well, at that point, actually, British pre-war carrier strategy comes completely into its own, because Victorious, as I said, has a limited air group. So there's two ways you could go about looking at it. One way would be you put up full Mars to maintain recon to help out Norfolk and Suffolk. Now, if that happens, it's less likely that you lose contact with Bismarck and Prince Eugen. If you don't lose contact with them, so you're able to go in for the night action, then my strategy would be in the late evening - early night hours, so we're talking, 8, 9, 10, 11 o'clock, that kind of time. Send in your swordfish, night capable, and try and get some torpedo hits on Bismarck ahead of your night action. And I mean, to be perfectly honest, at that point, maybe even, try and get maybe, say, 8, 9 o'clock strike in, fly back, reload, send them in again, because ultimately you're going to be the only aircraft out there. So just tell Prince of Wales and Hood, don't bother firing at any aircraft you see, because the only ones out there are friendlies. And yeah, just keep trying to torpedo them, because either you score torpedo hits and that's going to throw Bismarck off its game, or you force Bismarck to dodge and weave, which is going to throw it off its gunnery game. Either way, that's a good result, and then you get your night action as well. If it's the day action, so somehow you still lose contact and it's daylight, then my strategy would probably be to send every aircraft I have, so full Mars and Swordfish, and send them in pretty much as Hood, keep Victorious quite close to Hood and Prince of Wales, maybe 20, 30 miles behind, and send the aircraft in just as Hood and Prince of Wales are beginning to enter gunnery range. So obviously you'd have to be coordinating over the radio for this. And then have the full Mars go in, doing strafing runs first, and then the Swordfish to drop torpedoes, because then it's daylight, so the full Mars can operate. Strafing runs, it worries Bismarck, suppresses the crew, suppresses the AA guns. Possibly you might get, some lucky shots, lucky strafing runs hitting things like the bridge. I mean, okay, a bunch of the German command crew are in the conning tower, but it's still not going to help them. You might end up shooting up things like radar and fire direction and rangefinder systems, all of which degrades Bismarck's capabilities. And while you're occupying their attention with the full Mars, then you fly in with the Swordfish and start dropping torpedoes. And again, either you hit Bismarck and degrade its combat capabilities, or you force Bismarck to dodge, degrading its gunnery capabilities, or Bismarck dodges and gets hit anyway, in which case best of both worlds. All of which helps out your battle cruiser and battleship as they come in and start firing at it. So those would be my strategies. I mean, it's not the best choice because Victorious, as I say, has a more limited air group than Ark Royal does, but hey, it's there. Megas Grow says, as counter revenge on Dr. Clark, fly to Toronto Pearson and cross the US border by car. We've done that. I think if I suggest we do that again, I may be killed. Gunfox says, Drac, it seems like New Jersey is your second home. Yeah, well, I don't know what the ground rent is. Otherwise, it might be my main home. Bama fan in Oz says, that sounds like you got the easier job organising the US museums over Dr. Clark organising the Japanese museums. Yes, that's why I'm letting Dr. Clark do the organisation. There is a certain amount of cunning to my plans. If someone wants to organise museum trips with a very, very nice and polite nation, but one that speaks a completely different language, and someone else wants to do it, then they're perfectly welcome to do so. Saves me some time. Galvanic Legend, on your trips outside the UK to visit museums, do you ever venture to other museum types? Such as, I mentioned it specifically for things like the Evergreen Air and Space Museum in Oregon with Spruce Goose. Yeah, if I've got the time. I mean, a lot of the time, because technically they are work trips, much as I really, really enjoy them, there isn't a lot of free time in my scheduling, but I have, I've gone to things like the Udvar-Hazy Air and Space Museum, the regular Smithsonian Museum in Washington, D.C., been to a bunch of different museum types where my schedule allows. I generally like visiting museums, shockingly, but it depends on kind of proximity. Kind of if they're in the vicinity of somewhere that I am being for some other reason, great. But if I'm going as Drac, then I'm not. Unfortunately, usually I can't afford the time to go much out of my way to find other museums to visit. But if I was going as me, perhaps with family, then yes, obviously I would be going to a wide variety of museums, particularly ones with dinosaurs. Graham W. Kidd says, the guy in Western Australia. Yes, that Jerry Westenberg, that guy in Western Australia. He also did a really nice model of Mary Rose for me, which I might show off on another live stream. But once I've sorted out this lighting situation, we did work out how to get models across the world without the shipping companies destroying them. So that's good. Firebolt says the ring light looked like one of those silly circles you see on clickbait thumbnail. Well, not entirely. It wasn't red. Right. Ooh. And the chat has taken a huge skip. So given that it is 1:45 in the morning, right, I'm going to grab the last few questions and then probably going to make a break for bed. So considering that it's skipped to this point for whatever reason, Stephen Hartley says, if for whatever reason the Japanese at Midway heard about the American carrier group first and decided to launch their carrier strike first, would it have changed the course of the Battle of Midway? If they hear about it in time to either have not switched out their payloads or in time to switch their payloads back, yeah, it could change the course of the Battle of Midway. I mean, you're talking about 4 carriers worth of Japanese strike aircraft with pretty experienced pilots. I mean, Hiryu's, rather hasty patch together strike managed to do a fair number on Yorktown. So theoretically, based on that, if you're throwing in Soryu, Kaga, and Akagi, that's in theory more than enough firepower to take down Enterprise and Hornet, plot shields aside. It's more the fact of whether they find them, because of course Yorktown's operating separately to Enterprise and Hornet, so you could end up with a very, 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 very dead Yorktown, or the firepower spread out a bit if you identify, if the Japanese scouts find and identify all 3 US carriers and they realize that they are 2 different groups, which given early Pacific War scouting accuracy is not necessarily a given. The Gotham State Police, what if Enterprise's air group in 1941 attacked Bismarck instead of Ark Royal's, presumably instead of Ark Royal's air group? The Mark 13, the Mark 13 torpedoes have issues at this point. That's the airdropped ones. But there are going to be slightly more aircraft coming in, which, that's going to help somewhat. I think, however, though, the biggest impact is actually probably going to be the dive bombers, because Air Group 6, VB6 and VS6, they're pretty darn good, and there's not a lot that Bismarck can do to counter them. And apart from dodge, obviously. But those 1,000-pound bombs, yes, okay, letting water in the bottom with torpedoes is a slightly better way to sink the thing. But if you've got, 3 dozen Dauntlesses coming in and just, pelting 1,000-pounder and 500-pounder bombs at Bismarck, including near misses, which potentially might open up leaks and so forth, that could very rapidly degrade Bismarck's combat capability. And if you've got the Devastators gradually plugging away with Mark 13s, given the operational tempo you see for Enterprise, you quite comfortably get 2 sets of strikes in a single day, as long as they have the spot early on. And, with that many Dauntlesses, they probably will find the thing. Even Ark Royal managed to get two strikes in with the malfunctioning magnetic detonators. So, yeah, it's not going to end well for Bismarck. Philip Moyer asks, Drac, you mentioned the US battlecruisers a little bit ago. Wouldn't a US Alaska class be arguably a battlecruiser, especially with improved protection? I did a whole video on this, actually. I used to classify the Alaskas as battlecruisers because it is a weird thing in that the Alaskas, if you go by mission, the Alaskas fulfill the original battlecruiser mission to a T. They're cruiser killers. But in terms of how battlecruisers relate to their contemporary battleships, The Alaska class doesn't tick any of those boxes. So I've gradually come around to the idea that they're actually really big cruisers. If you improve their protection, they become even better protected cruisers. But I think, for me at least, for the Alaskas to be a battle cruiser, you'd be looking more at maybe having them equipped with twin 16s. So 6 guns, essentially, almost Renown-like. And then I would say they're true battle cruisers. With the 12-inch guns, with the best will in the world, I mean, if you ramp the protection all the way up to Scharnhorst levels, you could argue that but at that point, they'd basically be small-class battleships. And that's kind of the problem. Kudzinos, what's the Discord chat? So there's Dr. Clark should have, it says he's linked. Okay, that's good. Right. Chipper Corgi says, "Hi Drac, I'm trying to make a video of my own. Do you have any quick advice on recording audio? What do you do if you flub a line, or how to edit, organize audio files? Have a script. That's always a good start. And depending on how confident you are with public speaking, you can either just write the script and go with it, or if you're not so confident, then maybe read it yourself, under your breath a couple of times through. Edit organizing audio files, I just leave them wherever wherever Sony Vegas happens to leave them, to be perfectly honest. If you flub a line, then just go back to the last natural pause point, a full stop or something, and clip that sentence fragment out and start from there. If you clip out mid-sentence, it's usually very obvious that you've clipped. The only other thing I'd say with recording audio is try and make sure you've got a half decent microphone, if you can, and your audio recording environment. When I got this room set initially sorted out, I was very worried because it was very echoey, and I was thinking, I'm going to have to drag out all the audio absorbent tiles so that it doesn't sound like I'm recording inside a bell. And then it turns out you move 3.5 tons of books in here, and it is literally 3.5 tons. I weighed them bit by bit. They act as excellent audio absorbers, and so yeah, don't record in a basement unless that basement is lined with books or other audio absorbing material, if at all you can avoid it. Robert, okay, so I'm going to do the last, because I just noticed it's coming up to 1 o'clock. I'm going to do 3-4 more questions, and then I'm going to call it. So Robert Den Duven asks, I enjoyed your recent appearance on the show about the Battle of Coral Sea. Why was the arrival of Enterprise and Hornet on May 10th ignored? If they found Zuikaku a few days later, she could be sunk. She could be, but by that point, the odds of the ships running into each other, even with scouting forces, is fairly low. And ultimately, with the format of History Undone, it's kind of a game of two halves. You kind of have to, not 3 halves, a game of 3/3. You have to give the background, what's going on, why is it happening. Then you have to give a quick run through of what actually happens in the main battle. And then you've got the questions of, how could it have gone differently? What would the consequences of that have been? So compared to my own video on Coral Sea, that's just basically set up and what happens. You've got to try and compress that down by a factor of about 60% to fit into History Undone. And so we did mention that, Enterprise and Hornet are on their way, but ultimately by that point, the actual Battle of Coral Sea is over. And as I said, it's statistically very unlikely that they would run into Zuikaku. So it was kind of left unsaid because we have a lot of other things to cover. This is my account. Says thank you for the stream. Thank you very much. I'm glad I was able to help you out. Apparently the echo returns. And John Thomas says, don't forget super chat. Okay, I'm going to have a quick look for missing super chats, and then we're going to be done. There's one I missed. Nosdumu89, what is your favourite example of how the vulgar expletive here did we win? Oh, there's a few. Oh, favourite one. I'm going to be thinking about that. Okay. Oh, yeah, actually, I know what my favourite one is. So it's in the Age of Sail, in the Napoleonic Wars, where you get a British third rate. So for context, the British have fought a small fleet action in the Mediterranean against the French and actually come off the worst for it for a change. And then the Spanish are coming to join up with the French. And the British think clearly the best course of action at this point is to attack again. So you get a British 74, a third rate, and it sees a big Spanish first rate, one of the Santa Anas, at night, and it thinks clearly the best thing for me to do at this point is to take on a ship twice my size. And then it turns out that actually there's another of the Santa Ana class about 500 yards that way. So the poor thing ends up being bracketed by these two gargantuan ships. It's outgunned by like 4 or 5 to 1. And then the British ship takes the executive decision to fall back slightly, understandably, having actually managed to do a fair bit of damage to one of the Santa Anas and set it on fire. And then somehow the two Santa Anas decide that, the big 3-decker they can see is clearly the enemy, not the 2-decker that was there a minute ago, and start shooting each other. And basically two of the largest and most capable first-rate ships of the line built in or during the Napoleonic Wars tear each other to pieces, while this British third-rate is kind of looking back going, well, you know that whole thing about never interrupting your enemy where they make a mistake? And so the Spanish end up down to first rates when they really should have annihilated that poor third rate. I can just imagine the British captain just going, well, that went surprisingly well. There's John Thomas's missing super chat. So he says, when the High Seas Fleet scuttled at Scapa Flow, was there any attempt to refloat them? And if not scuttled, would they have been brought into UK or US service? Refloat them immediately? No. Over time, there was plenty of attempts to refloat them because for salvage, basically. Salvage and clearing out Scapa. That's why there's only a handful of High Seas Fleet wrecks left in Scapa Flow. But most of the salvage work was done in the late mostly in the 30s, actually, but some in the late 20s, early to mid-30s. There's actually still recovery work going on in Scapa Flow during the early part of World War II, believe it or not. There's a whole comedy to that, which, again, is something I need to cover in a video at some point, including one of the battle cruisers, which is actually raised 3 separate times, once by accident, then it's mistimed, and then eventually is hauled up. And then, of course, poor old, I think it's Derflinger, has the unenviable distinction of being one of the few ships that spent more time afloat upside down than it has right way up. But if they weren't scuttled, would they have been brought into UK or US service? That was actually one of the reasons why the British, while they were a bit outraged at the sneakiness of it all, they were kind of quietly relieved that it had happened. Because, as I said, near the very top of this particular live stream, the German ships weren't bad. And the British were kind of looking at them going, they don't match our style. And we kind of have more ships that we know what to do with already anyway. So we don't really want them. But we also don't want anyone else to have them because it could be a bit of a leg up for any number of other navies. So when they're scuttled, well, that takes care of that problem then. If they hadn't been scuttled, though, then yes, they would have been divvied up as war prizes. I suspect most of the ones allocated to the UK, I think the UK would have tried to nab some of the better ones purely to keep them out of everybody else's hands, but then probably just, basically done what they did with Bayern, used them for gun trials, and then sent them off to scrap to recover some of the value. People like France put a number of German ships into service after the war. They might do so with capital ships as well. The US, honestly, unless they get one or the other of Baden and Bayern, I can't really see them utilizing the German capital ships all that much. Mostly on the grounds that if they want 12-inch armed ships, they've got their own. And most of their fleet at that point is armed with 14-inch guns, so at which point, why would they downgrade, firepower-wise? And even if they got Bayern or Baden, there's not really much point to it because it's one ship with a very specific maintenance requirement. So compared to their standards, it's not really necessary. Whereas the British were just like, yeah, gun targets. I mean, I'm sure Billy Mitchell will probably want a few, to bomb the set. So yeah, I suspect if the US I think the US and the UK will probably actually end up using their war prizes for pretty much the same purposes. A mixture of scrap just to get the money back, maybe a useful source of guns for coastal batteries, and then as a bunch of bombing and gunnery targets. So yeah, that, I think, since we've just gone past 1 o'clock, should be that for this live stream, 5 hours or so. I just hope I've got a voice when I wake up in the morning. But yeah, I hope you've enjoyed this live stream, and I hope to see you again in another video at some point soon. So, bye.